Okay, boys, maybe we should start. Maybe we should start. I hope audio is fine, the music volume is fine. Yep. Okay, so I was planning to do the patch notes review on the same day the patch was released, but obviously when it's the patch release day, everyone wants to play, I want to play, so we simply play the game, right? But my OCD doesn't let it go, and I still want to do it, and people are even asking me in DMs about my opinion on the patch, so I decided to do the patch notes review stream. And because it's been already a week and 3 days since the patch release, then it'll also be my first impressions on the patch. Obviously, I haven't played that much because it's been a little more than the week since the patch released. But I played more 8.3.1 patch than anyone else, so I think I have pretty good idea how the changes in this patch will affect the game. So I want to share my opinion on this. How I'm going to do this? So I will go through the changes, say if they are good or bad, then I'm gonna go into Age of the Ring wiki, see if I missed anything that needed to be changed and addressed, and then I'm gonna conclude every faction, because the balance changes are mostly categorized into faction changes, right? So this I'm going to do this. Also, it's noon, midweek, so I don't imagine a lot of people will watch this, but it doesn't matter because there is always vote on the stream, and I will later upload it to YouTube. Also, as you have noticed, Drazner is not with me. I'm doing this solo, but if anyone wants to join me in patch notes review, then feel free. I'm on the VC right now. Okay, boys, we are mostly interested in the balance changes, so I will just simply speedrun through other changes, and I will leave the hotfixes at the end of the patch notes, and hopefully I won't forget them. Although in the hotfixes there's not that many changes, there's only one big change, that is stack fix, but I will talk about it at the end. Okay, so let's start. Age of the Ring 9.0, we have Age of the Ring standalone launcher, which is amazing. We can get frequent patches and so on and so forth. My only issue with it is that currently we cannot switch between the patch versions, so we cannot go to the old version. That is the feature the all-in-one launcher has, so it's hopefully will be implemented sometime in the future for Age of the Ring. Adventure factions doesn't really matter. Art and presentation. So there's a bunch of new art added to the game, and unfortunately lots of it looks like AI generated, especially for example if you look at Gonfibul or idril, it basically says, hey, I am an AI generated image. It looks bad. Some of them are good, but those are very rare cases. Like, I think RK Brand looks pretty decent, but other than that, yeah, they are not the best. Some new 3D models, Kingsguard, Westfolders, that's good, they look good, so why not? New faction content, so Erebor is getting During the Deathless, which is replacing the Earthquake spell. I haven't seen much of the During the Deathless. I don't think I saw him in any of my games or the games I watched, so I cannot really tell you if it's like buff to the Erebor or is it a nerf. But because the Earthquake is one of the spells of Durin, and Durin has much more spells than, or rather abilities than Earthquake, then I think it's like straight up buff for Erebor. But like we will see. I don't want to say too much on it because I don't know how strong or weak he is. Durin is Spoke. I mean, he's definitely great addition, like roar wise, visual wise, and sound wise. That's for sure. That's cool. But we'll see if that's actually a buff. Okay, Rohan, reworked Riders of Snowburn. Now, this is extremely... Mati, okay, let me just answer Discord because someone is asking me something, as you guys probably can see. Okay, sorry guys. So, reworked Riders of Snowburn, a very hot topic in this patch, and I think it's luckily the only broken thing in this patch. So Snowburn go reworked into be this hidden run shock cavalry / melee cavalry, right? So when they come out unupgraded, they got those lances, which is very high alpha strike, and then they need to wait for the lances to recharge, right? And like, I don't think it's a good idea because Age of the Ring had issue with cavalry harass, hit and run. So I don't know about that, but it seems mostly okay. The real issue is when you upgrade the Snowbone with their axes, which makes them more proficient in melee. And guess what? Those Riders of Snowbone with axes can win with tier 1 pikemen. If cavalry wins with pikemen, then something is wrong. The Age of the Ring and Beef Me to some extension is rock, paper, scissors. And if you suddenly have cavalry winning with its counter, then something is wrong. Of course, then they don't win with, let's say, tier 2 pikemen, but they are so tough, it takes so long even for tier 2 pikemen to kill Snowborn, it's ridiculous. Like, so the Snowborn can destroy farm before they lose, let's say, more than 2 models, or maybe even before the pikemen are able to react, and then they will just go to another farm, and they will barely lose any individual models, right? On top of that, if you have some sort of nice backline as Rohan, let's say buffed Rohirrim archers, then it becomes a real problem because those Snowbone with axes on front line can tank for ages, right? Also, Rohan has lots of modifiers. So stop giving people tips. I bet Snowball with full upgrades would beat tier 2 pikes. I mean, I imagine they would beat tier 2 pikes, but it would not be very cost efficient for Snowborn, for Rohan player to do it, so you shouldn't do it anyway. Yeah, but it looks like the beta team realized their mistake and the Snowball are being looked at. So I'm not gonna ramble anymore about them, but like, I'm gonna say, firstly, Rohan had the busted draft tower got adjusted, and now we have busted Riders of Snowburn. Luckily, we have the launcher, so maybe they will get patched out quickly. We will see. War of the Ring, nothing interesting. Oh, voice acting. Okay, so of course voice acting is not like balance related, but I must say the main reason I didn't I don't enjoy the patch is because of the new voice lines. Like, most of them are terrible. The only good voice lines are the one that are already replacing the old AI voices. So for example, the new Boromir is much better than the old AI Boromir, but like quality is still mediocre when it comes to new voice lines for a beer. So the argument of Age of the Ring team is that they will use some of those characters in the campaign, right? So they need new voice actors, new voice lines, and so on and so forth. But the problem is the quality of the new voice lines is lower than the old ones, and it looks like then they didn't even try to reach to new voice actors, to the old voice actors. I mean, so for example, King Brand, he had amazing voice lines. It was made by Samwise Jenkins, and now he's been replaced with some other voice actor that also has had some additions of like AI filters. The Age of the Ring teams use a lot of AI filters apparently right now in their voice lines. So like my question is why they even try to reach out to the old voice actor to try to recreate new lines for the upcoming campaign Return of the King. On top of that, like I understand that some characters are getting new voice lines because Return of the King campaign, but for example, why the hell do you change voice lines of the Udrerem builder? It doesn't make sense. I don't think Udrerem builders would be featured in Return of the King campaign, right? And the quality of their new voice lines is lower than the old ones, so I have no idea what happened here. Are those voice actors being paid? So I think some of the voice actors did their job for free, but Age of the Ring has a Patreon, right? And some people pay them on Patreon, and I think that cash went into a lot of voice acting pre 8.0, right? I have no idea how they are currently doing it, but maybe they are not paying them at all, considering how the voice lines quality is lower than the old ones. I don't know. Matthias said they have paid voice actors. That's good. It is said that they are replacing the old voice actors they probably paid with new ones, but like, it is what it is. So yeah, I think that's my main gripe with the new patch. It's not even balance related, it's just audio. Because like the most appealing factor of Age of the Ring is its visuals and its audio. It's currently visual is still great. It's even better because of the new models. But like voice acting is pretty bad, unfortunately. There are only few voice lines that are better. So as I said, like new Boromir is better, but because the old Boromir was so shit, so you know. We've implemented a long list of balance changes. Yeah, you rework Snowborn and they're absolutely broken, but whatever. New maps, cool. Not many team game maps, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Changes to existing maps doesn't really matter. A region has been resized. I kinda like new region, if not for... I like and I don't. I don't like that there are creeps in the middle of the map. I don't like those hills on the left and the right lane. Ifiliant looks great, and the layout improvements are also good. Westmarch has received layout improvements. I have no idea which map that is, to be fair. Gross Valley mirror terrain changes. I played it on Gross Valley, no idea what are the changes. Oh yeah, and yeah, now Udraram can use green leaves on some of the textures for structures on certain maps. AI doesn't matter, World Builder doesn't really matter, Bugfix doesn't matter. Okay, balance changes, meat and potatoes. Here you are. Gates on fortresses maps doesn't matter. Wells and fortresses heal heroes by 2% rather than 3%. So the thing is, the wells didn't work on heroes pre 9.0, and the question is, do they work on heroes in 9.0? Because the change has been made long ago, like in early beta testing on 9.0, I'm pretty sure. And the thing is, I don't know if they realized that wells don't work at all. And then I had an agreement with Isirion, and Isirion couldn't give me straight up answer if the wells are actually working on heroes or not. So I tested them again, and they were not working on heroes. So I presume the wells and fortress wells are now fixed and they actually affect heroes. Also, if this decreased from 3% to 2%, that's good because every hero nerf is good. So why not? Another big change and a very good change, remove 10% speed bonus from heroes, monsters on aggressive stance. That was ridiculous because your average, let's say, average human hero, let's say Boromir, was 50 speed, right? But because he had extra 10% movement speed, that means he had 55 movement speed, it allowed him to outrun most of the units in the game. And generally, if you are Age of the Ring player, you know that the heroes have been a huge problem, and I think that speed bonus remove is a very good change. Because now heroes can actually be the normal units can pose a threat to heroes as they can catch them. So that's good. That's excellent change. Adjusted hero experience requirements across the board basically means the heroes are leveling up slower. That's good. Endwise now uses hero stance template, blah blah blah. Shield spiral formations now. Okay, so shield and spiral formation are now standardized. Some of the shield walls not only gave you armor but also reduced your attack damage, which didn't make sense at all. One of those notable shield walls that reduced your attack was fighting Uruk-hai and Arion his warriors. It made absolutely no sense that some shield wall and spear walls were better than the others, so it's good that it's gone and been fixed. Rebalance heroic units. So basically, instead of one row, heroic units are now 2 rows, which should fix them getting stuck in battles. But on top of that, now we have a stack fix in 9.0.3. So survivability of heroic units should increase drastically. The only thing I think is Mary and Pippin still level up too quickly. Feel like they get level 10 in under 2 minutes sometimes. But I don't think it's that much of the issue, Matti. Their leadership leadership for heroes has been reduced, so I don't think that's a problem at all. And they are not that great at fighting anyway, despite getting buffs, like combat-related buffs. Decreased hero mini foot armor structural 80 to 50. I have no idea what uses hero mini foot armor, so I cannot tell you what it means. I can only tell you that those units with this set of armor are better against tanking structures. Yeah, the hobbits are kinda weak. I will talk about hobbits, so I won't do it right now, but I will talk it later when they appear in patch notes. Heroic units, standardized respawn time to 20 seconds. That sounds good. On paper, reality is not that good. Not every heroic unit is equal. On top of that, not every faction gets some sort of heal or replenishment source, right? So Mordor, Misty Mountains, Isengard, they don't get like wells, right? So, which basically means, let's say the situation when your heroic units gets to level 2 and they get almost entirely wiped, but only banner carrier survives. It's quite often happen that only banner carrier survives if the units got almost wiped. That means you have to replenish 10 models, and that will take you more than 3 minutes. Because 20 seconds per member of battalion, the battalions of heroic units are now 10 individual models. That's maybe fine for factions that, for example, have not only wells, but fortress wells, but that's criminal for factions that don't have wells. So, for example, Mordor. In this patch, I did the new Morgul Vanguard and I got absolutely wrecked, but they were level 2, so what I did, I parked them under my fort to replenish. And it took ages for them to replenish, like almost 3 minutes. I think only Banner Carrier and one model survived. And that's why I think certain units, especially those of Isengard, Mordor, and Misty Mountains, needs to be changed. Like maybe 15 seconds would be much better. Because investing so... Trollish 2, okay Adivasi, Trollish 2. Because like investing so much money into those heroic units and then they getting wrecked for some reason and then you have to wait for them to replenish is not a fun experience. So yeah. Trollish 2. Heroic unit changes I really like, they're much more usable now. Yeah, they're a very good change to the heroic units in my opinion. Cave and Mountain Troll, we now use Shooter Bash to attack structures, wielding 3, blah 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 blah. Okay, so in general, trolls nerf, like the basic troll nerfs. The elite trolls are still unaffected, which is I think is good. So the trolls has been one of the most broken units in 8.3.1 and now they've been nerfed, which is good. Although from what I have seen, they may be nerfed too much. And it especially, in my opinion, will affect Misty Mountains because their units are not that good, but they have those broken trolls, so they could always rely on the broken troll to carry the game. But more about Misty Mountains and Mordors later. Bunch of changes related to farms. Farms now are tougher against hero attacks, which is fine. On top of that, Malon Tree armor has been also increased against heroes, that's fine. And for some reason, the Pelargir expeditionary cost was increased. I don't know why. In my Age of the Ring worldview, the units, the auxiliary camp units, should be very cost efficient. So I have no idea why they're increasing the Pelargir costs to 325. I think they're fine for 300, but like, it's not a big change. Trolls can stay in trash can. Okay, so Gondor, low tower at the decal for armor buff radius, whatever. Numenora engineering guards now able to be attacked. I don't think if it changes that much. I think I saw units attack the guards anyway, but they didn't do anything to the guards. Like, I know, I'll have to watch more Numenorian engineering guard interactions to say anything about this. The number of Citadel decreased experience award by 33%. I imagine it is related to one of the upgrades of the armor of Citadel, and I have no idea why this change was made, but it doesn't matter. There's no point in changing anything now until stack fix plays out. We still got much better with it, same with Erebor. That's true, we need to wait and see. I believe you left side spellbook supermarches, so only make Lone Tower. Yeah, unfortunately, Gondor's spellbook is in the weird position when the bad tier 2 powers are on the left side and the right side, while the good spells are in the middle, so I don't know, it's weird. LSR, fulfill your oath, cannot be cast dismounted. When I first time saw LSR use Army of the Dead when he was mounted, I shut my pants, because that was so bizarre for me that LSR could just drive in, wipe your army with Army of the Dead, and then go back to his base mounted, you know. That's good. I am die hard buff fan, the tier 2 one, but probably 202 bias. On top of that, LSR unfortunately gets nerfed, and the buff from Forlong, True Heart, True Friend can no longer be used on LSR. I don't think the beta team likes LSR because, like, I think LSR was fine. It was that tier 4 that was, well, it was pretty strong. One of the reasons was because it's permanent. But LSR was not that tough. By the time you summon it, like in this late mid game or early late game, it could be quite easy to snipe. So I don't know why those nerfs are applied to him. Also, I don't know why now LSR is excluded from True Heart True Friend. I know, like, it seems strong, but the only person that really used that ability was me, and like I think I can take full blame for that change. But I don't know if it was broken. It was just good play, good setup. You make a Forlong, you make Beregon early on, you level them up, and then they buff your LSR later on. Like, I think it was just a cool interaction between heroes, but now it's gone, unfortunately. Although the Beregon immortality still works, so that's fine. The summons feel good, I don't use them enough. Which summons? Forlong split basic melee damage into 40 damage plus 85 damage in 5 radius. So one of the issues with heroes in 8.3.1 also that they had splash, like almost every second hero, like almost second, like third hero had splash, which was a bit ridiculous, especially those cheap heroes like Forlong or Shagrat had splash, which was a bit too strong. They didn't remove splash, but they're nerf splash right now, which is I think is fine for the most part. I always put those abilities on autocast, I still know what they do. Yeah. I feel so bad when I see people autocast the Forlong's ability True Heart True Friend or CRU ability Arbiter of Fate, because they are such a strong hero buffs, but people simply autocast them. It's such a waste. It triggers my OCD so much. Okay, another controversial changes. Gandalf got health increase, but his damage to farms when mounted got decrease. Obviously, the damage decrease for mounted Gandalf was necessary because he was basically what? 4-shotting? 5-shotting farms? I think he did 4-shot farms, which was ridiculous, but in return he got extra health. Why the extra health was needed for him in return, I don't know. So the argument from one of the beta tester was Gandalf can no longer level up as quickly as he did before getting that mounted hero damage nerf, right? But I say Gandalf still can level up extremely quickly. Why? Because he gives extra 100% experience gain with his leadership. On top of that, he has that Wizard Blast, which allows you to one-shot even up to like 3 or more battalions, which makes him level up extremely quickly. More so, you have Pippin that can also buy his experience gain, and then you have Forlong with extra experience gain as well with his ability. So I don't know why he needed to get health, just because the argument was that he levels up too slowly. I think his health was fine. On top of that, Gandalf is probably one of the toughest hero leaders, the faction leaders, I mean, sorry, with his bubble shield. And as I said, you also have Beregond, and you also have Borlong to buff Gandalf even more and make him even tougher. And because you are Gondor, you also have heal. But so I see no need to increase Gandalf's health. And remember, Gandalf, as most of the heroes in games, gets extra 5% damage and HP per level, which means those changes to health will even snowball even harder. Also, Pippin, Merry, can't remember which one. So Pippin is Gondor, Merry is Rohan. I don't know if that will help you at all, but there it is. Gandalf increased cooldown on dismounted wizard blast from that's good because having like working spellbook unloading his abilities every 45 seconds is not a good idea, so wizard blast change is a good change. Beregond as every archer hero got hit with that archer hero nerf, and that's good because archer heroes were a bit ridiculous. On top of that, Beregond's get his fierce royalty buff nerfed. I'm not sure if it's that necessary. I feel like Beregond is a bit of the basic archer hero, and if you nerf him too much, his other abilities too much, then he becomes basically a bit like Killy 2.0. In reality, this fierce royalty only affects Faramir. But Faramir also will be treated with the general archer hero nerf, so I don't think it was necessary. Also, Beregond decrease experience tier from tier 4 to 3. I think it basically means he levels up slower. That's good. Boromir, his knife throw has been nerfed, and now he gains 10% armor at level 5. I don't think they can make him as bad as Killy. I think we are right, someone. So, Boromir is probably one of the least made heroes for Gondor. He's probably made more often than Denethor, but I think it's only because Denethor, for some reason, is slower than other heroes, which is so weird, but it is what it is. So, in my opinion, like Boromir needs smart rework because currently he is not in the good spot, and the units he buffs, the Anorian units, are not in the good spot either. So, the best you can do to Boromir is probably do some smart rework, but right now he only gets 10% armor at level 5. That's not enough, my boys. That's not enough. Denethor is live, love that guy. I mean, Denethor is pretty good in team games, but in 1v1, I don't think so. In 1v1, it's Forlong, Beregond, then it's Faramir, and then it's probably Gandalf. Like, unfortunately, Denethor and Boromir don't have place in 1v1s. Okay, here are the Hobbit changes. So basically, Hobbits are now better at fighting, they are faster, but they no longer give as much XP to heroes. From the team game's perspective, that's very good, because that XP buff affected all heroes, not only the heroes of your faction, but also your allied heroes. So that was pain in the butt to one little hobbit granting 33 experience buff to all the heroes of 3 players, for example, if they clamped in the middle. So that's good, but how will it affect 1v1s? I'm not sure. It probably won't affect 1v1s at all. Barely anyone makes hobbit heroes in 1v1s, because why would you even bother to babysit that hero that can die to anything? It's almost feels like waste of the micro in 1v1, so I think those changes regarding 1v1s are a bit whatever. But that change is good in team games, so yeah, why not? Dol Amroth, Men at Arms go slight rework. Now they are basically like Black Númenórean warriors. They can be affected by sworn allegiance. And to compensate for the changes, the cost got increased. Okay, so in 8.3.1, not many people like Dol Amroth Men at Arms, right? Actually, I was one of the few people that I like them. In my opinion, they were like bit different Anorian swordsmen, and I would prefer to make them over the Anorian swordsmen. And now they are straight up better Anorian swordsmen, right? One thing that changelog could not tell you, that it looks like the tier 2 units that consist of 15 models per battalion still feed a lot, while the tier 2 units that consist of 10 individuals modder per battalion feed less, which basically means it will probably totally fiefdom meta, and if there was any reason to make Anorian swordsman, now it's gone, because you probably just want to go right side the Horn, Trebuchet, Dolamrov, and just spam melee arms. So basically, as Gondor, there is no reason for you to go Anorian swordsman because you have your excellent clansman, which you can basically spend entire game with. Then you can get Furlong and get your another excellent swordsman, which is Losarnach Axeman, and then you can get from tier 3 another excellent swordsman, your Dolamr of Men at Arms, which are, as its chainlock says, on par with Black Númenórean warriors. So there is no reason to make Anorian swordsman now, in my opinion. Who goes there?
Hello, good morning.
Oh, hello, Havoc. Empty swords if you have Boromir, I guess. Yeah, but Boromir is extremely mediocre hero, and it gives leadership at level 5. Like, level 5, come on. Imrahil can give you leadership to Dolamrov at level 1. On top of that, you have extra experience from them from Forlong already. Does the changelog mention anything about banning Tauron? Charge is busted. Charge is very good, but the Anorian swordsmen themselves, I don't know. Like, why would you waste time upgrading your barracks to level 2? Why would you waste time getting your forge up and buying banners and then upgrading your Minas Tirith units with banners to give them charge ability if you can just go Clansmen, Losarnach Axemen, Dolamr of Men at Arms? I mean, sure, when you are Gondor and facing more factions that like to brawl and have infantry focus, then that's good, because with that Anorian swordsman with charge you can take your opponent like only advantage over you of having better infantry. For example, you would be fighting Isengard, the Anorian swordsman with banners could basically eat up fighting Uruk-hai, which means, and Isengard is mainly good at melee, right? So you could argue that Minas Tirith swordsmen will still have some uses, but in my opinion it's mostly waste of time, and its best will be just to go Clansmen, Losarnach Axemen, and then Men at Arms, in my opinion.
Would there be any reason for you personally not to go Dol Amroth as your tier 3? Or would you always go for that?
If you are getting behind in the game and you don't have resources to buy out those units, then it's probably to go with the weather ability to stun enemy units. But in my opinion, with those changes, it is preferable to go Dolamrov almost always, even if to just get those Men at Arms, right? But Swan Knights got nerfed. So
This makes me sad.
in the previous 8.3.1 or one of the previous patches, the cost has been increased because they are no longer affected by the farm discounts, which makes them quite pricey. And now on top of that, they get nerfed. It would be fine, in my opinion, to them get nerfed because they get juicy leadership from Imrahil and they're in general great unit, but they require tier 3 power to get them, right? So in my opinion, those units those powers, spellbook powers that require you to extra investment to get value out of those spellbook powers, need to have units that are very cost efficient, right? Because otherwise, if you just get Dolamr of Citadel and that's really it, then it's not great investment, because like if you don't get units out of it because they are too expensive or they are not good or they are not cost efficient, that there is not much of the point.
What would your opinion be is if they left them nerfed, but when you summon the Dol Amroth Citadel, you get one Swan Knight for free, for example? Would that be would that be too much or no?
That would be too much, but that's very interesting idea, and I would not mind having, for example, Walder Armor of Men at Arms. Like, you can. I think summoning heroic cavalry for free, I mean for free,
Fair
with
enough,
tier
yeah,
3
yeah.
immediately on battlefield would be a bit over the top, but if, for example,
Yeah.
maybe it got summoned with the Armor of Men at Arms, I can see that. But you know, like, those One Knights are still saved by the extremely juicy leadership from Imrahil, so there it is. Oh yeah, one thing, cavalry is getting their basic attack damage nerfed and movement speed nerfed. I'm not a big fan of movement speed nerf, but if it's considered necessary, then in my opinion, elite cavalry, for example, Swan Knights, although those are heroics, still should have better speed than normal cavalry. Like, why the fiefdom units from Penith Galen should be same speed as elite heroic cavalry from the Lamroth, you know? It just bits counterintuitive. Like, those heroic units or elite Erver cavalry or tier 2 Rohan cavalry like Rohirrim or maybe Snowborn should be 110 speed. Should be kept at 110 speed to give them something unique, in my opinion. Because like,
Yeah, I agree.
because like they're getting damage nerf anyway, right? Fountain Guard. So they are less prone to getting flanked. I mean, they're getting less damage when they're getting flanked. And the cost, CP cost got increased from 90 to 120. Okay. I forgot to mention one thing before I started the stream. There are a bunch of changes in the changelog. I mean, there are a bunch of changes in the patch that does not have been included in the changelog. And I don't know if they're going to be bothered to including them and trying to complete the changelog. And that's the issue with me covering those changes, because they are not here for me to cover them. I only know few of the changes that have not been mentioned in the changelog. So one of the examples, Fountain Guards not only got better armor and they got CP nerf, but on top of that, if you go into Age of the Ring wiki, you can see that Fountain Guards on top of that had the Spear formation buffed, and it's not mentioned in the changelog. So I think there is a bunch of those changes that are not being mentioned in changelog, and this bit's problematic from the point of evaluating the 9.0 patch. The other change I know that's not being included in changelog is that Harandor Riders got more HP, but I've mentioned that already, so maybe they added it to changelog, you will see. So yeah. Linking Spearman increased health from 215 to 225. I always thought Linhir should get some sort of buff because they cost 300, while they are worse than other pikemen that cost 300. But I was fine with it because the clansmen or axemen are so efficient that there is not really necessary, you know. Although if you are getting health buff, then I cannot complain. That's like okay change. Now very bizarre change. Losarnach Axemen, when they get upgraded weapon, they get better damage radius or better splash. I don't know why make that change to begin with. Like, who is even upgrading the Losarnach Axemen?
I was gonna say nobody upgrades basic units usually.
It's one of those weird changes that I don't know how even was initiated. Like, whatever. If Rangers increase cost from 600 to 625, and good, because they're one of the best archers in the game. Sure, to unlock their full potential, you need Botkins and Faramir leadership, but still they're very good. Minas Tirith Pikemen increase health. So generally the Ministry Swordsmen are one of the tankiest, I think, tier 2 swords in the game, especially considering their price. So I guess they also want to make Ministry Pikemen like very more tanky to match the swords. Of course, they are pikemen, so they will still die a lot. But like, it's a bit whatever. It's okay. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Ministry of Archers increase health from 220 to 235. Considering how bad the Archer armor is, I don't think it's going to change anything. But you know, they're supposed to be armored archers, so I guess it makes sense, but it's also whatever. Marketplace now costs at 800 and Grand Harvest can be purchased from 600. So on paper, it's a buff, because it's better to pay, what is it, 1400 like in 2 parts than pay the entire price immediately, right?
It used to be 1200 though.
Was
Not
it?
14. Yeah. Used to be 12. I'm pretty sure. If somebody can correct me in the chat, but I'm pretty sure it used to be 1200.
I think you may be right.
I think it's, I mean, it's like you say though, it's like you're splitting it into 2 parts, but it's a bit more.
Huh? I don't think it says.
Oh no, it doesn't say.
Oh, you... Wait, 800 company cost. Are you right or are you not? Because I cannot read.
I don't know, I can't even see it.
It says...
I'm pretty sure it used to be 1200.
Yeah, I think it was to 800. I think it got changed and didn't got mentioned. Okay, so...
Weird. Yeah, it was 1200, but just as also apparently. So yeah, I think I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah, I think, guys, you are right. I think it was 1200. So I would say, if not for the price increase, that would be a buff, because you don't have to spend all that cash in one go, so you can invest in the units in the meantime, and then you can buy the upgrades. Of course, you can forget about the upgrade because it's a new change, and the Grand Harvest was passive. So practically it will be debuff, but on top of that you have price increase in marketplace, so overall it's a debuff to marketplace. Here we are.
I've done this twice already. I've bought it, I've forgotten that you have to buy the upgrade, and then the marketplace is just sitting there in my face.
Luckily I played some 202 before the 9.0 patch dropped, so in Grand Harvest is a passive ability that you have to activate in 202, so maybe I won't be forgetting about buying Grand Harvest as often as I would normally do without playing 202. Gondor Farm decrease max coverage discount from 25 to 20. Pinif Galen and Anorian Knights were one of the most efficient cover units in the game, so I don't have problem with that change. Why not? Bulwark of the West decreased cost from 1500 to 1250 to 1250. So Bulwark of the West is probably one of the worst fortress upgrades in the game, and I think the price should be decreased even further. Although, what I've noticed is that I think they also decreased the cooldown for the Bulwark of the West. Although it's not mentioned anywhere in the changelog. So I don't know if that's true, but it feels like the cooldown has been decreased, which is a good change because that took long time to get another use from Bulwark of the West. But I think maybe even with that cooldown buff, if that's the case, the price is still too steep in my opinion.
I don't really see much use for it generally though, like unless like the opponent is running around with a lot of cav and they might fort rush you.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you wanna make a push, but you are worried that enemy will just come with bunch of heroes and cavalry to rush your fort, then I think it's the only use you can get from Bulwark of the West. Like it's the only scenario. Like otherwise, it's is pretty bad. Like, the range of the summon is not that great. The pikemen you summon are not that great. The duration, I mean, the duration is kind of okay. You don't want the summon from Forge to reach enemy base, right? Stoneworker. By the way, I think Stoneworker is the only Gondor structure that I like visually of the new ones. So Stoneworker.
I like them okay, mostly. The stables is way too big, but I think my biggest issue is the barracks and the archery range looks like almost identical. It's too similar.
Yeah, that's the big problem with those new Gondorian buildings. They are so similar. It's so difficult to change to tell if you are walking.
Like if you're using early vision or something on your opponent and you just see the start of the building, you don't always see it, finish, and you don't always click on it or have the time to do stuff like that. So you just see it building like okay. But with most factions, you can immediately tell what it's building. But with the new Gondor ones, it's really hard to tell, in my opinion.
Yeah, like if there are only fundaments on the ground, you can only see the fundaments. You can, for most factions, you can easily tell what building is it. Meanwhile, it's very difficult for a new Gondor to tell what building is it. Like it's so difficult to tell if you are looking at a farm or a forge, or archery range or barracks, and like stables is the size of the fortress.
Stables is bigger than the fortress. It's ridiculous.
Okay. So Stormwalker got bit of the rework. Cost has been decreased, and now Stormwalkers now always generates 10 resources per tick regardless of terrain. There was no use for Stoneworker, really. I haven't seen anyone use it except some Latino players making some Stoneworker economies, but that shouldn't be even taken under consideration, right? So maybe it will make Stoneworker more usable or like usable at all. But
I mean, I think it's better, but I still think it's way too expensive for what you get out of it.
Yeah, like 600.
Like if you think about it for eco, sorry, go on.
Like make it 600, maybe even less. But I think 600 would be good price. On top of that, Stoneworker doesn't stack with Beregond, so sometimes why would you bother with Stoneworker if you already have Beregond, right?
Yeah. I mean, what I was gonna say as well, if you think about the eco aspect, like it's equivalent to like Woodland Realm Druid with the trees. But the trees, you only have to buy the Druid ones and the upgrade ones, and then you just have it on cooldown, and it makes the same amount of resources, and you can still have the same limit, I think, as well, like 5, right?
5.
Yeah. So it's way less investment and same amount of resources.
Wait, which one?
The Druid trees, Woodland Realm.
The cooldown is extremely long on the trees. Meanwhile, Stonewalkers, you can just spam them technically as long as you have hard cash. So I don't know which one is better. Like the oak have not been used in 8.3.1 anyway because have been nerfed before that. They used to give 15 per tick, now they give 10, and because now they give 10 per tick, it's not really worth it to invest in them. I know it's cool that not always gives 10 resources per tick. The price has been decreased, but maybe it should be decreased even further. Maybe there is point to make one of them like near your barracks or like high level farms, but I think it's going to be 6-hour stream per chance. Okay, so what about Gondor? Should anything else be changed? Oh, I forgot to change I forgot one of the changes. So Battle Tower, right?
Oh, yeah.
The Battle Tower.
I don't know, Conky, please don't.
Battle Tower got changed, right? Visual change. So now they used to get 1 archer and 2 spearmen when they already bought a sentry upgrade. Now you only get 2 sentries and no archers in 9.0, which is a huge nerf to a sentries upgrade for Battle Tower. Lamedon Clansmen, they are perfect. Linking Spearmen, they got buffed, that's fine. Blackroot Veil Archers, they are fine in this. Axemen, they are fine in this. Spinef Galen, don't get as much of the farm bonus. That's fine.
I mean, I think Gondor is in quite a decent place overall.
You know what? I may think the Gondor may be one of the best factions in 9.0 just because other factions got nerfed hard.
No, I think I agree with you. With like Boromir is a little bit lackluster. Probably that Gondor needs more spellbook variety because right now it's like tier 2. There's only 2 choices really that are good. And then tier 3, kind of like you said with the Swan Knight, is kind of like your go-to option nearly always. And tier 4 is definitely LSR. Like even with big flyer bug fix, and you can use it to kill heroes and stuff. Like LSR is just so good, even after his nerfs, in my opinion.
Yeah. So what needed to be changed? Something funny needs to be done with Lone Tower, and something funny needs to be done with Sworn Allegiance because there is no point to them. Yes, we did it, Matti. We mentioned the buildings. Okay, so those tier 2s, what else? Gandalf shouldn't get HP buff, Aragorn probably should be stay as is, Boromir should finally get some mini rework, Denethor should probably get his movement speed to match normal heroes. And that's really it. Like, I mean, generally Gondor is in a good place. I don't know why Marketplace was nerfed. Okay, let's go on. Rohan. So, goddamn, Rohan was strong because of the draft tower. Now it has Snowborn, but I think Rohan is still strong even without Snowborn, surprisingly. But this is what I said in my faction tier list. It's like 8 tier factions without draft tower. Lone Scout doubled deceleration percent to 30%. I'm not sure what does it mean. It's like has less trample.
Less trample, yeah.
Rohirrim matches that are created but converted in Yomer archers now have granted heavy armor and horseman shields rather than fire arrows. So I imagine if you convert the Halathirians, you get both heavy armor, horse shield, and fire arrows, right?
I honestly don't know. Haven't tested. We should test that. But I think this kind of defeats the purpose of this tier 2, to be honest. Because I don't think I've ever seen anyone use it except to basically get to fire arrows easier. I don't know.
So you basically convert Yeoman archers into another DPS unit, Rohirrim archers got buffed. So maybe that's why it got changed, but in my opinion, like, why would I not just use it on some peasants and got Rohirrim and roam around with Rohirrim?
Why would I not use the Westfold horn?
Yeah, like that's the issue with Master Rohirrim. Like it's okay, it's mediocre, but it leads into the bad tier 3 that is the Grand Harvest. Or what? Plentiful Harvest, whatever. And then, of course, the Bountiful Harvest leads into Terrible and Summon. It is what it is. But, like, the Horn is also so much better. Stormcrow Legolas has proper mountain sounds. Okay. Stormcrow Legolas decreased damage and radius on Windstorm. That's very good because Legolas could wipe entire army with it. Decrease mounted specialist armor of heroes from 30 to 50. That's good because even when the Stormcrow units run into the bunch of pikemen, then they still get ups. They still survive. It's a bit absurd. Last March, Summon Tribute no longer grants XP when killed. Whatever.
That's funny.
Hey, Merry gets the same changes as Pippin, looks like. And he benefits less from Eowyn buff, which is fine because he overall has higher stats. So, same thing as with Pippin, it will mainly, I think, influence the team games and not 1v1s. Although, Merry is better than Pippin because he has that debuff on level, what, 8, I think?
I think 5
yes.
or 8? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think like level 8. So, Probably like making Pippin will be. We'll see. I mean, we will be seeing Merrick often than more often than Pippin.
Yeah, in team games, I like to combine him with like AoE Spear Throw to focus heroes.
Oh yeah, I free shotted level 1 Witch King with Merrick, quote unquote
Yeah.
Creeper plus AoE speed throw. That was
Yeah,
gorgeous.
it's
Shame I
more
didn't save.
accurate.
Yeah. Okay, so Eowyn, the Chris Heroes carrier of Begone filed Wimerake from 200 to 275, which is basically means she deals less damage to heroes with Spear Throw. I'm not sure about that. That Spear Throw is only for hero killing, and when you decrease the hero killing potential of that ability, which only serves for killing heroes, then I'm not sure about it, although I can see how strong it is with combined with Courage for Our Friends. Decrease mounted melee damage to structures by 15, sure, like mounted heroes were a huge problem in the previous version. Yomer, bunch of numbers, anyway, his first of Gaffwine got nerfed, that's good because it was a bit ridiculous, so that's good. Todred decreased mounted damage to structures, good because he's mounted hero. Todred remove 10 movement speed from level 5 Prince of the Riddermark leadership. Again, very good. I was wondering if they're going to remove that movement speed with 9.0 because they're removing the movement speed from aggressive stance, so it was interesting if they're going to keep it, because if they kept that, that would make Rohan's squad extremely even stronger than already was, because they would still be faster than other heroes. Elfhelm, he's mounted, so less damage. He's archer hero, so less damage. I mean, you make Elfhelm only one case, probably when you are facing Rivendell. In any other case, you want to make Eowyn. So, and now he got deep nerfed, but to keep him in line with other mounted and archer heroes, I don't know. I guess it's fine. Did he need any buffs? I don't know. He can be basic archer heroes, just similar to Killy, although I think he's still better than Killy. It's whatever. Okay, so big change. Erkebrand Gilded Horn no longer grants Sphere Terror resistance, decrease Gilded Horn speed bonus from 20 to 10, and I think it no longer affects heroes, although I may be wrong here. So,
and I think you're right.
It's fine that it no longer grants movement speed to heroes and that the movement speed is lower, in my opinion. But the fact that it no longer grants Sphere Terror resistance to your units, that's such a bad move, because as Rohan, you get what? You get active ability from Eowyn and passive ability from Helmingas, and that's really it.
And you don't usually see Helmingas, and even if you did have Helmingas, it's not usually with your normal army because it's Cal.
Yeah, so I have no idea what was the reasoning behind this. It's very bad change in my opinion, and probably should be even reverted. Basically, you make Rohan extremely vulnerable to all the Firen terrors. That's not good at all.
I do think as well that, sorry if I may, the 10% speed is a bit painful against Elven factions, because they can still kind of just run away. I had a game where I was playing Infantry Rohan against a Lorien, and I used the Horn to try and catch up, and they're still just able to kind of just run away with their archers and stuff.
They shouldn't be able. What Lorien, right? I mean, you won't be able to catch up, but you will be the same speed. So I don't know. Huh? I don't know. I think the movement speed is fine.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I don't think movement speed buffs should be big anyway.
Rohirrim Archers, a bunch of buffs. They really want to make Rohirrim Archers very usable, because they were not used at all, especially if you consider that Draft Tower was a thing. So, Draft Tower was a thing. It still can be a thing, because you can easily get your tier 2 units, but the Rohirrim Archers, I did the math, and Rohirrim Archers DPS was only around 11% higher than Halafirian's DPS. But Halafirians were cheaper and had better abilities, right? That anti-hero level 2, they had voice. It was simple, a better archer unit. Now, the horse archers got huge damage buffs, got some range hero armor buff, and I think it may be too much. They're kind of forcing Rohirrim into being usable just by overbuffing them, especially combined with the frontline of Snowburn, which are basically unkillable right now. So I don't know about those changes.
If Snowborn were fixed, do you think this would still be a problem?
Yeah. The problem is, like, you have archers that cannot be trampled, but on top of that they're very mobile because they are cavalry, and then they have extremely high DPS, and they also deal very high damage to heroes, which can be quite problematic. Their range got decreased though, but it still means that most basic archers won't be able to. They still will outrange most basic archers, unless those archers are elven, right?
Oh, okay, interesting.
Okay.
What's the normal range for basic archers?
Something around 300. I know the elven archers are 350. Like orc archers are 250, I think.
Yeah, well, orc archers are a lot less, yeah. Really, I mean, really, you should have. If they have Rohirrim archers, then you should also have at least tier 2 archers, I guess. So then they should be counted by them, question mark? I don't know.
Tough on this unit, they're even better because fire is good versus buildings. Yep. In 202 we have Lindons, but their armor is weaker and magic isn't as good versus buildings. Yeah, in 202 you don't have Snowburn. I yet have to see when someone combines the front line of Snowburn plus the backline of Rohirrim archers. And although no, I did it once, it was extremely cancerous. So we will see if after the nerfs to Snowborn, the nerfs to Rohirrim archers will follow. I had how much damage fire arrows deal to structures in general. Yeah.
Orc archers just come and delete half a base. They just got fire arrows on them.
It really shows how much of the problem fire arrow damage is to buildings with the new scam from Legbirds. Like,
yeah,
it's one of those things that again needs to be, that was overtuned for a patch and now needs to be nerfed. Those orc archers with fire arrows are a bit too much in that tier 2 summon. Mark of Helm now grants 100%, 75% damage instead of 100, and for shorter duration. Does it matter? I don't think so.
Not really.
Like on Pamper, 4 butts of orcs shouldn't be big because of fire arrows they delete structures. Yeah. I mean,
because they have a pike in them now, you can put the pike in the archers. You can't just trample it like before.
I would not mind just going back to the old scam of Blackbirds, but keep that pike in there so it doesn't get trampled immediately. That orc pike is still very vulnerable to archers anyway, so maybe somehow you can kill it and then trample the orcs. Or maybe simply remove the fire arrows from it. It's like one or the other. Currently you get a bunch of orcs with pillage, pike, fire arrows, and hero that is also anti-hero. That's too much for tier 2. I don't know why it's found its way into 9.0. What else? I'm actually going to test the Rohirrim matches now the snowball has been done. Rohirrim warriors decrease unupgraded damage from 60 to 55 because the general Nerf to cavalry, sure. Horseman of the Mark, decrease unupgraded damage from 70 to 65. That's the thing, I didn't even realize that the Horseman of the Mark damage was that high. But I haven't done like cavalry units in my spreadsheet, so I don't know actually the values on the cavalry units, only the infantry. Horseman of the Mark, speed decrease, that's cool. Tier 1 cavalry, they can have speed decrease, why not? Mounted Kingsguard, decrease damage, that's good. Door Wardens, increase health from 380 to 390. Okay, so Door Wardens, if you guys remember, or if you guys even watched my tier list of units, I put Door Wardens extremely high because despite them being pikemen, they can tank swordsmen almost as good if they are swordsmen themselves, right?
Because
top
they
of
have
that-
the weapon switch, I guess.
Probably. And then they have the best revenge damage the pikeman can have in the game. And then the price can be decreased by the mills, right? So they are just extremely good pikeman units. So I don't find it necessary to increase their health even more. So
They honestly have a really good level 3 ability as well.
yeah. Rohan Fortress decreased Rite of Healing cooldown from 8 to 6 minutes. That's a good change because that Rite of the Rohirrim ability took ages to reset. Rohan Stables removed Horse Master leadership. So the stables finally beat Age of the Ring devs. They were trying to fix that for years, I think, at this point, and they finally decided to remove it. Maybe it was not fixable, who knows. Okay, though nerfs to Draft Tower, obviously Draft Tower needed to be nerfed. Rohirrim Warrior Summon has been changed to Riders of Snowborn, which is probably not a good change considering how busted Riders of the Snowborn are. Increase build time from 30 to 45 seconds, that's good. It means it's more difficult to do forward Draft Tower, especially combined with the decreased health. Decrease peasant duration from 90 to 35, that's good, because it cannot be used offensively, although arguably can it be even used defensively, right? With me is more of the game of offense rather than defense, than having that defensive peasant summoned is... I don't know.
I mean, it's better than nothing, but it's lost
It's better
most
than
of its
nothing,
value.
but it's like...
I mean, it's more, the Draft Tower now is more just about skipping to tier 2 basically, rather than the peasant summon.
Yeah, exactly. You can still get Snowborn and Halaphirians for cheaper than you would get archery range to level 2 and stables to level 2. Especially you want to get 2 of those at the same time, right?
How much is it to upgrade the stables? 500?
So for stables it's 400, to upgrade it's 450. And
So 850. And the cost is I think 560 and 616 on the Draft Tower with full discount. 1 second. So you'd have to spend, and Draft Tower's 500, so...
yeah, it's more, if you wanna get 1 unit of Snowborn, it's cheaper to do the Draft Tower.
Yeah, you'd need 6 battalions for it to, more than 6 battalions for it to work out cheaper with the stable.
Yeah, exactly. Math ain't mathing.
I mean, I agree with what Flame said. It fits, Snowborn fit better with the Westfold, like for flavor wise, but the Snowborn being busted, yeah, is a different problem.
It was a great choice. Snowball fit better with Westfold and Seraphines with the non-normal Rohanians. Thing is, the Snowball I think currently could totally replace Westfolders, so I don't think that's the intended effect. On top of that, after all, those Snowball, which are pretty busted, found their way into the new patch, which raises the question, how were they tested? Luckily we have a launcher, so hopefully you guys can patch it out fairly quickly.
Yeah, the updates have been coming fairly quick so far, so that's actually nice.
That's it for Rohan. Badger asks something and I'm not sure what he's asking about.
He's asking if the 6 battalions that I said is including the 5 money you get from the stables, but one, how often are you actually even getting 5 money from the stables? Okay, like unless you're building it like in the corner of the map, you're not getting 5 from your stables.
There is no point of putting your production buildings as Rohan in like resource rich radius to get 5+5. It's pointless. I don't know why it's there even to begin with. I was expecting way more issues at this point already. Just how hard it is to balance a game like this. I can see some cracks in the balancing although already with certain factions, how they were nerfed, but I played only a little bit currently, so that is too far to reach any certain conclusions.
I think to be fair though, we are at least going in the right direction.
No, for sure. Okay, what's there was...
We were yapping about Draft Tower.
Okay, Flame is asking, writing some essays, so let's read the essays. The goal was rather to go over the top than even being overwhelming with the new land. Yeah, but the thing is, if I remember correctly, you gave Draft Tower in 8.3.1 or whatever the patch was to compensate for Rohan being weak, although you also made some other changes to Rohan outside the Draft Tower, so Rohan was already in the good spot after the changes, and then you added Draft Tower, which absolutely made it over a top, and now again you are adjusting the over the top Draft Tower, but you are adding over the top Snowball, which makes it that Rohan is again in that broken state when it has one thing that is totally broken. Okay, so Rohan, buildings, whatever, Draft Tower, it's... The issue of Draft Tower is that you still get access to your tier 2 units extremely easy, but like, what else can be done about it? Like, preferably, it would be best, I think, to remove Draft Tower from the game, but it would happen, so I don't know. I don't know what can be done about it. At least it's not as broken as it was with the Peasant Summon, so there it is. Peasants, yeomen, no need to change them. Horsemen of the Mark, sure.
Yeah, I think as with the existence of the Draft Tower, Horsemen of the Mark, like you just don't see them. Like nobody, like the last patch or this patch, you just skip to your tier 2 cav. Rohirrim, Snowborn, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Why would you make tier 1 cav when you can have tier 2, you know?
But now you kinda make it... If you are expecting to spam a lot of cover units, then you make stables or if you are like a larger map, so you don't make Draft Tower because you won't get the value from peasants. So you are not always getting Draft Tower, although getting that super easy access to tier 2 units from Draft Tower is still an issue.
Yeah, that's fair.
So Rohirrim matches, we will see how much problematic they will be. Riders of Snowborn, absolutely busted right now. Adora's Kingsguard, that's fine, they didn't need to change. Helmingar's Warriors, they didn't need to change. Although the Door Warders, I don't know why have been buffed, but it is what it is. Eowyn, not a fan of the Spear Throw nerf. Elfhelm, whatever. Erkebrand, the fear and terror resistance from Horde removed was huge, and in my opinion it should be reverted. Todred, it's good that the movement speed has been changed, taken away from his leadership. Omer, first of Gufwine got nerfed, that's also very good. Theoden, so from I know, it's not in the changelog, but Theoden's Glorious Charge now no longer affects units, no longer gives them immune to Fear Terror level 10, but now at level 5, I think. Which
Oh,
is the
interesting.
change that's not been mentioned in the changelog. But I think it is the actual change. So that's good because we're a bit ridiculous that you get Glorious Charge and then they get art scared by Nazgul's Crit or something. When it comes to spellbook, it's a shame that we didn't see any change to March of the Ants because it's pretty bad right now. The peak, which should probably also be nerfed a little bit because it's extremely strong. What else?
I mean, spellbook-wise, there's only one path for Rohan: Lone Rider, Horn of the Westfold, Weather, and Stormcrow, and like everything else is just like
And
like you get Rebuild if you need, or Oath of Kyrian if you need, but everything else is kind of like
also something needs to be changed also with Bountiful Harvest. I don't see the point of this power, especially considering that it's you get it from Master of the Rohirrim and then it follows. And then it follows into the Ras March of the Ends, right? Like,
and you can just make wells, and you
like
don't. If you're already making wells, it doesn't stack anyway.
exactly.
So
Why
need
would
that?
you spend 15 power points if you can get wells for 350?
Exactly.
350 and get buffs on farms. I'm not spending 15 power points on an eco buff if I can just get wells. So here are the issues. Master Rohirrim is okay-ish, but Bountiful Harvest, the ends
I
and
think
the
Master
big.
Rohirrim maybe biggest issue is it just has too long cooldown. It needs to be even shorter.
I
It's
think it
like
is
one
shorter
alpha
cooldown. Maybe I'm
challenge.
wrong.
It has shorter than other tier 2s, but it's still quite long. It's still like 4 minutes or something, I think. Maybe not that much. I can't remember exactly. But it's still like one cav unit like every however many minutes. It's not a lot. It's hard to get value out of that, I think.
Also, I think Stormcrow still gives XP.
Yeah, it does.
Because it has been mentioned, and I see it being used, and I still see those power points going up after Legolas arrow volley. Ah. Okay, Lorien. Okay, what's his flame?
Kind of agree with you, Matty, there on that last one. He's saying that taking away the well eco buff would probably make the tier 3 harvest more useful. Kind of agree, because if they did stack, it would probably be too good. But they don't stack right now.
They
But
don't.
because they don't stack, tier 3 is useless because you just make wells instead.
But if they would stack, that would be too strong.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you reckon if they made it so you could only have one summoned unit out of with draft tower at the time, would it be nerfed too much? You mean like only one draft tower allows you to only get one unit? The thing is, the draft tower is so difficult to balance that you would have to nerf it with extremely arbitrary mechanics like that you proposed, like getting only one unit from draft tower. Like preferably I would just cut draft tower out of the game or give it completely new purpose.
What if it, instead of summoning free presence, it summoned free temporary tier 2 units?
I don't know. I wanted to review patch, not make like proposals.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are not making forges because, like, why would you if games last for 15 minutes? Lorien. Okay, let me take a sip of water. Kiss of Lorien, decrease cooldown from 360 to 270. Very good change. Like half of the gifts are not that good, and it takes so long to give another gift to your hero. So that's a good change. Sylvan allies add a Siga Dismal Ginder guard the middle of someone with Scavenger. I don't know what's the points of that change, like that summon is pretty good already, so I don't know why. Huron got debuffed, and in my opinion Huron is not that great. The only great thing about Huron was that quote unquote like bug or exploit, I don't know how to call it. I guess mechanic, maybe it wasn't a bug, when you can still choose the target of Huron when it's in Wicked Slumber. Which basically allows you to drop Horn, then go into Wicked Slumber and edit one of the buildings of your opponent, right? So it got changed, and Horn in general has been nerfed. I don't think it was necessary. Horn, like without ability to target that building in Wicked Slumber, it's like already a huge nerf. So I don't know why they're nerfing it even more. It will be like mediocre tier 2 probably right now. Eagles of the Mountains remove ability to cast in the Shroud. That was a thing, so it's more of the fix than the nerf, I guess. Mist of Lorien increased speed debuff from 50 to 60. In my opinion, Mist of Lorien is quite a good tier 4, so they're buffing it even more. Was there a need for it? Not really. Celeborn, decrease Cunning Warrior armor buff from 100 to 50%. That's extremely good, because when Celeborn reaches Cunning Warrior, that motherfucker is almost unkillable, so that's good. Celeborn, decrease Silver Host cooldown from 6 minutes to 5 minutes. I don't mind that change. To be fair, Celeborn feels like more of the support hero, although him being tough, like it's like tanky support hero. So, and the summon I think is the main thing of Celeborn, so why not decrease the cooldown of it? That's okay. Now Haldir, big fucking nerf to Haldir. Haldir cost increased, radius of teleport increased plus damage though. Move Captain of Galadrim leadership to level 1, bow unlocked at level 3. Decrease Captain of the Galadrim leadership from 33, move it to level 1, increase Captain of Galadrim. Okay, so first of all, teleport got moved to level 8. Hey, that's very good change. In general, teleports got nerfed. That's a good change because teleports are very broken. So we finally got changes to teleports. That's good. And then we have batch of nerfs to Haldir. His price got increased, he can no longer use bows, and now his leadership is split. I think something is wrong with the patch notes. I think at level 1 now he gives armor, and later he gives damage.
I have no idea.
Something is wrong with it.
It's the other way around in the patch notes?
Was it changed? Yeah, now it gives damage, later it gives armor. And it says what? No, I think it's... No, wait. No, it's fine. It's damage first, armor later. Okay. So, in my opinion, it should be reverted. Armor first, damage later, especially when you removed his bow at level 1 and you give it at level 3. So, when he's in melee, he should buff your front line with armor, so the archers can do a killing, because, well, elven factions should be mainly an archer factions, although reality is often quite different. And then he should receive damage buff when he is on damage buff when he gets level 3 and he gets his bow, so he can buff the backline. But it's like minor thing, to be fair. But from what I played with Rorian for the week, I feel like maybe a bit too much. Harder is a bit squishy. So maybe the increased cost together with the bow remove at level 1 was too much. But I don't know, we'll see. Orofin, rearrange powers.
I don't recognize the names. I don't know which one's which.
I know which one is which. This is Swordmaster. This is the leadership. This is the resets. Increased cost from 1000 to 1200. I don't know if it was necessary, to be fair. Nobody was making him already, although Archer's heroes have been nerfed. But I don't think because Archer's heroes were nerfed, you needed to increase cost of Orofin. Although he's getting some buffs, right? Now he gets leadership, 15% damage, leadership at level 5. I don't know why he's getting damage and not armor, because he's a melee hero, so you should buff your front eye with armor and not damage. But it is what it is. Adjusted the swordmaster now gives more armor but less damage. Wait, it's something wrong again. It's the swordmaster. Active buff at level 3. But active ability armor at level 7, so it gives even more armor at level 7? Because 50% armor active ability was on his leadership, if I'm not wrong, and not on his swordsmaster.
But it already gave 50, it says at level 3, and then it says 50 again at level 7.
Yeah, his 50% armor is in the different ability on that leadership. No, it's not leadership, it's that active ability. I don't know, slightly buff to Orofin, but also debuff with the cost. I don't know if the increased cost was necessary. Rumil, another archer hero, increased cost plus the debuffs. Typical for your archer heroes. I mean the nerfs for your archer heroes. One big thing about Rumil, the faint voice no longer affects heroes and heroics units. That was huge. That was probably the best ability of Rumil. The fact that level 8 debuff heroes and heroics, that's a huge nerf. So yeah, generally Rumil got hit hard. Idril, again, nerfs, cost increased. Gift of the Glider can no longer be cast on top of the units. I think something related to pathfinding, because the tree is an object. It even has HP, so it can mess up pathfinding. Increase Clean Shadow cooldown, decrease Clean Shadow heal amount, so heal nerf. Decrease leadership to Path Stalkers. So generally, the Lorien heroes are getting debuff. I mean, they're getting nerfed. Some of them should, especially archer heroes, but in my opinion, it was not necessary at all to nerf, like, for example, Idil or Orofin. Leadership decrease, that's good. Cinder Path Stalkers level 2 ability damage boost decreased from 125% to 100%. That's good, because that damage buff is absurd, but at the same time it's absolutely broken, and the ability is broken. It's quite often make it so that units don't attack at all. So maybe that was fixed together with the balance changes to that ability. Cinder Path Stalkers increased CP cost from 52 to 72. That's good, because there was no reason for them to be 52 CP while they are tier 2 units. Oh, Handmaidens. Handmaidens got debuff, decreased crash armor from 20 to 40%. That's a good change, because Handmaidens didn't care at all about crash damage. Decreased build cost from 450 to 425. I don't know why are you buffing Handmaidens. Decreased damage radius from 20 to and 15 to 10. I imagine that on their glaives. That's good. Handmaidens are still not limited, that's an issue, and their damage is still very high. I think they deal around, what, 200 hero damage, which is as much as many heroes do. And basically, if you have like 5 handmaidens plus your heroes, you just press are your heroes and handmaidens as Lorien on enemy hero, and he gets deleted, right?
Instantly deleted. Yep.
Because he
And they're
gets
fast as well.
ganked on by few mini heroes and heroes, right? So yeah, I think they should be limited to maybe even less than 5, maybe 4, or maybe simply decrease their basic damage. Terror Wife, increase health and increase damage. Those are the Lorien swordsmen. That's good because the Lorien tier 1 swords went extremely inefficient. Although, in my opinion, the Elven factions should be primary Asher factions, and then this will only like emphasis making pike and sword combo again like you do with any other faction. So I would prefer, I think, the Lorien swordsmen to have lower price rather than higher stats, although those stats are still lower than the stats they had pre-nerfed, pre 8.3.1 or whatever was the patch. So, but generally they got buffed in some way, so that's good. Silver Sentry's cost increase from 300 to 315. The Lorien pikes are the third best early pike in the game, but in my opinion they're still pike, so they will die to anything that is basically not cavalry or different pike. So I'm not a big fan of already increasing cost of pikemen. Riders of the Knife, their damage got decreased, speed got decreased command point cost. Sure, so just keep them in line with other cavalry and that CP. Waters of Nimrodel no longer buffs eco map wide, but in wide radius. So the radius is wide enough to buff like 4-5 farms. And to be fair, Waters of Nimrodel nerf together with Huor nerf and with buff of left side of the spellbook probably means the right side of the spellbook will no longer be used or will be used very rarely, and now it will be back to left side meta for Lorien. Like, I didn't see any need to debuffing Waters of Nimrodel. Sure, it's like you can get 2 rebuilds out of it, but it's still only 10% eco buff, just like the Deep Delving. Armor of Knights. Armor of Knights got buffs because they're basically a meme that they were Elite Elven Cavalry and they were as pricey as Elite Elven Cavalry, but their combat performance was as good as, well, Elite Elven Cavalry, so that's good. Health increase good, build time sure.
I think this is another one of those calves where you said before, I'd rather see them keep the higher speed.
Yeah. Nandor Hifatol, very good now. I imagine they're really tanky, especially if you put the armor of Doria from Sanctum on them, so I can kinda see that. Although they're still very pricey, but the health increase I think should justify the price. They get buffed from the green pasture rubber. Oh yes, true. Wait, is it mentioned? Yeah. Yes, I think it is mentioned somewhere. Yeah, it's mentioned later on. Nando Hifafol. Nandor, okay. So they get some buffs and their heroic units, so I get 10. And decrease damage score. It's whatever, they were not great. We'll see if they are great right now. I use them, but they still die quite a lot. I don't know. Increase CP cost from 100. Like, some units benefit very much from the changes to heroic units and some don't benefit at all. I think Nandor will be one of those units. The biggest winner, of course, will be the Vets of the Last Alliance. Are these the better horses or the ones from the normal stables from the Manon? Yeah, that's for the one from the Sanctum. New ability for Sentinels of Karen Armor of Gilded Shields and gives them some armor at level 3. I have no idea why they even bothered adding that ability. Even if they reach level 3, nobody will use it, because why would you waste your micro on using that ability to make one of your pikeman units a bit tougher? Like, sure.
Also, I still never see anyone make that unit, to be honest.
Yeah,
Very
first of
rarely.
all, I think they should get price decrease. Secondly, the basic Lori and Tier 1 pikes are already pretty good, so there is no need to make them, right? And now they give them pretty much useless abilities, so...
I mean, in one way, the tier 1 pike is better because it has a bigger space that it covers the battalion. It's easier to get them in front of your stuff from trampling.
Oh. So yeah, maybe make it level 2 if you want to have any impact on the game. Oh, on top of that, the Lorian pikemen are still slower than other Lorian units. Same thing with Sentinels of Karen Amrov. Every Lorian unit is 55 movement speed, while Lorian pikes are still 50. Why? Apparently they don't want to make Lorian pikes too strong, so they keep it 50 movement speed, but for me it's simply counterintuitive and it makes no sense gameplay why. Also, it's very annoying when you play Lorien and you send the control group of, let's say, archers or swordsmen with pikes, and then the pikemen are left behind, and then your swordsmen and archers get trampled because they're exposed because the pikemen are left behind. It's so annoying. Like,
Agreed.
if you want to send control groups as Lorien across the map, you have to put them like information so they keep the same speed. I mean, they adjust the speed to the slowest speed unit in the formation, right? Yeah, that should be changed in my opinion. I don't know why they're advocating for keeping Lorian pikes slower than their other units. Mirror of Garadia, remove armor bonus for barracks and green pasture. I guess that's fine because the barracks and green pasture got better armor now, but we'll see that later. Decrease cost from 800 to 900. I don't think there's much point of making Mirror of Garadir anyway. Like, the initial price of my mirror itself is very steep. Like, the upgrade costs are fine. Like, the cost decrease for the Elite Cuff and Heroic and the armor buff, that's fine, but why the hell Mirror of Garadir costs 800 and it costed 900? It should be, I don't know, 600, maybe even less. Like, it's basically Card the Horde, but like very low cooldown for an Elven faction with expensive units. I don't see the point why the Mirror of Garadir is so expensive. Malon Pasture upgrade, decrease cost from 400 to 350, which means the stables for Lorien are still more expensive. So, general idea, the stables for factions are 500, unless there are like specific factions like, let's say, Rohan or DG, those cost 400. Although, no, DG costs 500 because you also have to get builder. But there are some unique stables that cost less, my point is. And the Lorien stables, when the only stable that costed more than 500 because they costed 600 in total and now they cost 550. I still don't get it why they don't cost 500. Storehouse, increase level 3 cost from 1000 to 1500. Why? Why? Because Manon bows? Like,
I guess so.
Like, Havoc, when did you get Storehouse to level 3 just by leveling up it automatically with the resource generation?
Never?
Yeah, exactly. I barely get it to level 2, even in team games. So you have to upgrade it manually, and you increase the cost by extra 500 to increase the upgrade cost by 50%. Just
Usually,
to what?
Once it reaches level 2, you can buy all the upgrades on it, though, right? So then it reaches level 3 from that. If you buy the banners, armor, and sword, and then that should usually reach it to level 3, I think.
Yeah, but you pay thousands for the one upgrades,
Oh
right?
yeah. I mean, obviously you're paying for each of them, obviously, but
Yes.
I mean that's still.
I know what Galafrims, upgraded Galafrims can do, especially with other modifiers, but I think that change was not necessary at all. Storehouse grants 50 CP and decrease primary upgrade cost from 300 to 150. I thought the storehouse already gives CP, 50 CP, so I don't know.
I thought it did also, so maybe I was wrong.
I don't think buying the upgrades on Lottery and Forge helps level up. I'm pretty sure the banners help to level it up, so I imagine the Forge Blades and Heavy Armor helps it level up
Yeah,
as well.
if you buy the upgrades, those upgrades, it does. But if you buy like the tree upgrades, it doesn't.
Storehouse only gave 25 CP recently. Okay, so it just makes it like normal Forge. Oh no, normal. Yeah. Wait, Forges gives you 50 or 60? I'm pretty sure Forges gives you 60. Because farms even give you 50. What am I talking about?
Yeah, they all give 50.
They gave 50. I don't know why I'm thinking about
And
60.
Fortress gives
The
35.
yeah,
Or
the CP costs for battalions are usually 60. Okay, I got confused there for no reason. Oh, okay. Storehouse decrease experience requirements from 2000 to yeah, blah blah blah. Okay, so they decrease the requirements for level 2, which is fine, and they decrease the requirements for level 3, but I don't think it still justifies the increased upgrade cost for the storehouse.
I wonder how fast. I mean, it's still not
CMOT.
that much faster.
No.
I mean, I guess it's better because normally you never see it get to level 3 just by itself.
Malone 3 barracks armor upgrade. So barracks, like Lorien buildings in general, were made out of paper, and like upgrades didn't help it at all because they were quite pricey, especially the mirror one. So they are tougher by a little bit. That's good. I think they are still worse than the normal barracks, right? Because they get upgrades, armor upgrades, so they should be not as tough as normal barracks. And would decrease cost from 750 to 600. Sure, like workshops cost 600, so why not make it 600 like every normal siege workshop? Axel Garrison increased summon time from 20 seconds to 40 seconds. Whatever. Green Pasture.
The new draft tower. That's
The
the
new
strat
draft
somebody
tower.
needs to make. Make a bunch of Axelf garrisons and just summon them all.
So Green Pasture now buffs are your rolling cavalry, which is good, you know. The level 12 free Green Pasture had no uses to it. I guess it gained extra HP, but other than that, there was no point to it. So now it has some extra buffs, and it buffs the Knights of Amroth, which is good because they were pretty bad, and now they can be quite decent or maybe even quite good. So that's good. That's good. Although they increased upgrade cost to 300 and then to 350, but was it necessary? Whatever. Sylvan Levy, so the probably the most useless upgrade on the Malorns. Sentry duration increase from 30 seconds to 35. Sure, decrease cost from 500 to 350. That's good because it was overpriced as hell and you really got value out of it. Increase the duration from 20 to 40. Okay.
Wait, why is
Wait,
there
what?
two durations?
Increase the duration from 20 to 30. Increase sentry duration from 30 to 30. Huh? Havoc?
I don't know. I'm confused as well. Unless they change it from 20 to 30 and then they change it again and change it from 30 to 35.
Okay, so imagine they are 55. That's an error.
Okay.
Hidden
Wait,
Sector.
what's the actual final version? Do you know, Ethereum? Like, is it 35 now?
I imagine it's this one. Hidden Sector decrease cost from 700 to 600. Why not? That's a good idea because like you have to level up the Sanctum to level 2 to get your elite cavalry anyway. So you don't want to make it that pricey. Increase radius of armor of Doria and long memory. Sure, that was... I never understood why radius for armor of Doria and long memory was that small. Like, and you could
I just
bypass it
dislike
anyway by
those.
clumping, so it was...
Exactly.
It just quality, more of the quality of life change rather than like buff. Increase armor of Doria, health increase from 50 to 60. Also whatever. And decrease armor of Doria for long memory cooldown from 6 minutes to 4 minutes with statue to 5 minutes and 2 minutes with statue. Damn, 2 minutes with statue. So maybe it will finally be worth it to level up to level 3 and get
I
statue.
have used that. It's very quick.
That's good. I like the changes to Sanctum. Less water, decrease build time from 35 seconds to 25 seconds. Every time I'm Lorian, it's a pain in the butt to upgrade Melon Tree with the well because it takes so long.
You know what's the best part is when you have an ally who's not, there's no good ally, so you're the only one that has wells, so you have to make wells for all your teammates.
Yeah, that's the most annoying part. So, decrease build time from 45 seconds to 25 seconds. If I was currently playing Lorien, I had to get well, I would agree, but I don't think the one faction should get lower build time of wells comparing to other factions. Like if every well takes a long time, then why well of Lorien should take lower time? I just tested and buying the unit upgrade for Lorien from the fort does not increase its XP.
Oh, so it did pre-work.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did. I was always buying banners to get it to level 2 if I could.
Yeah, same. Because I've done that before for sure, and I'm like 100% sure that it worked before. So yeah, okay.
Okay, Melon Roots decrease armor bonus, but decrease the cost from 300 to 230. So they decrease price and they decrease armor, so kinda they do the Wildman Torchman treatment to them, which is good. But I was hoping for Maron trees to get better armor in general, because they are made of paper. One of the issues with earlier was that its buildings were too squishy, and I guess the stables and barracks are not as squishy as were, but are still more vulnerable than other production buildings. But I think farm as well should be a bit tougher. Not as tough as the normal farms, obviously, because they get buffs and lanterns and armors, right?
I kind of agree with you, but I hate lanterns so much that I'm going to disagree with you just to be annoying.
March Water Guidon decrease cost from 500 to 300 and now summons half of the battalion of March Waters for 40 seconds. Havoc, do you know what upgrade it is?
It's on the Talon, right?
Yes, it's on the Talon.
But I've never used it. The only one I've ever used on the Talon is the Eco one. And I still don't think that's even worth it a lot of the time.
Is it worth it for 40 seconds?
So he's got another Wildman torch treatment. Cheaper, but slightly worse.
I think it's kind of whatever. It still won't be used. Talon, decrease cost of Nifrabler Bloom from 400 to 350. That's a good change because I did the math another day. How much you have, for how long you have to wait to get return of the investment on building Talon and then upgrading Nifrabler Bloom. So, I don't remember, I think it was something around 8 minutes, 7 minutes. That's a long time and that's a hefty investment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's good. Okay, so what's with Lorien? So Pikeman, in my opinion, unnecessary price increase. Archers are good as they are. The Sivan Levy got buffed, but not in the way I would like them to get buffed. Because Elven Archers should be primary, the Elven faction should be primary Archer faction, so Swordsmen probably shouldn't be as strong. But they needed some kind of buff, so Stein's stats buff will do if we cannot get the price change. Similar past Starcase, good change to CP. Sentinels of Care and Amorov, they got useless ability at level 3. I think they should get price decrease. March Wardens, they're mostly fine. Cavalry have been buffed. That's good, they needed that. The Maidens are still not limited. I think they should be limited for the reasons I mentioned previously. Nandor, whatever. I don't think Nandor benefited that much from the heroic change. End is end, but the siege mood is cheaper, so that's good. Rumil got huge debuff. I mean, was it huge? It's a big nerf. I mean, not the debuff, big nerf. Orofin, nerf / buff. I don't know why. You could just buff it. There was no reason to increase his price, in my opinion. Haldir, also huge nerf. Maybe bits of the too much nerf. Maybe the price did increase together with the disability nerfs was necessary. Yeah. Also, I will switch his leadership. Armor first, then the damage, but whatever. Yeah. Idril also got nerfed for some reason. I'm not sure why. She was fine with her heal and price. Tribute is tribute. Celeborn is no longer unkillable with Cunning Warrior, so that's good. Galadriel has not been touched for some reason. She, in my opinion, is one of the best faction leaders and probably one of the most overbloated faction leaders in the game. So I think, cheaper. Yeah, she's quite 350. Like compare it to Bulk for 4k.
That's a joke. Bulk is 4k, and she's 3.5.
Okay, so Gist of Florian buff. That's good. It was necessary. Slightly Sylvan Summon buff, that was not necessary, but I don't think it changes that much. Mist buff, that's okay. Huon got huge, big nerf. I don't think that was necessary. I think the only thing you needed to do was to make it so it can no longer target buildings in its slumber, right? And that's it. On top of that, also Waters of Nimrodel got nerfed. Again, I don't see a reason why. But maybe with the changes like buffs / nerfs to Lorien will no longer have to go right side every time to get Waters of Nimrodel, because 8.3.1 Water of Nimrodel was simply a life support for Lorien. Because this faction was simply that inefficient, so maybe that will change.
Yeah. Kind of like how White Wolves were life support for Misty.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of White Wolves, they've been nerfed. Wait, is that 2 times back-to-back tournament winner Concrete Festival? Yeah, that's me. Also, no changes to custom into wars. Like anti-buildings tier 4 are still pretty mediocre. It looks like from this patch. I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of myself as well, Drazner.
You know, I'm something of a fan myself. Yeah,
What?
No, I was just gonna say I'm super biased, but I like the hero nerfs. More hero nerfs.
I think some heroes may be getting nerfed too much, but we'll see.
Some of them a little bit, yeah, probably.
Breath of Manwë, which was basically tier 4. I mean, it was tier 4 / tier 3, tier 2, which is a bit absurd. Decrease damage to center of tornado, decrease duration of tornado from 10 to 7. That's some sort of nerf. Will it be enough? Probably.
Just don't clump, bro.
Just don't clump, bro, exactly. I mean, it's good that we are getting changes at all. Is it currently too strong after nerfs? I don't know, I have to see it more of it. Blessing of Fulmon.
I love that it can throw a trebuchet around, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it can throw the siege weapons to the air. Blessing of Fulmon now decreases cooldown Song of Finwë abilities for Noldors. Wait. Okay, I thought there is no I thought it's the same paragraph. Blessing Summon now decreases cooldown single female abilities by 50%. That's something? That's
Blessing of
cool?
Elmo does something now.
It does something, it's cool, but is there any reason to take the weather tier 3 for Rivendell? I don't think so. Many meetings, melee and non-elite range horse now equipped with heavy armor. This is kinda like buffing Breath of Manwë, met in meetings with the meta pick. So you went Vision, Breath of Manwë, met in meetings. I mean, depends which one you required. Usually it was many meetings in 1v1s and Breath of Manwë in 2v2s and team games. And then you took either Breath of Manwë and many meetings, and then you go Halo Fire, Floods, so on.
Yeah.
So I have no idea why the meta pick for Lorien Spellbook is getting buffed. It's very good summon, like low A tier. Though to be fair, I don't know where we put it in our Spellbook tier list, but it's very good summon. Now it's getting buffed. Like
Yeah, I
imagine
don't think it
Dwarven
needed.
Phalanx with heavy armor, or imagine the Sylvan Archers with upgraded arrows. Like that's maybe too much. Arwen now buffs level movement speed by 50%. Wow, whatever. It's just delete that unit already and replace it with Ballista, please. Strider, decrease fire shall be work and damage by damage buff by 75. Yeah, that's good. Strider is like fire shall be woken is amazingly strong ability, and on top of it, for some reason, it buffs friendly heroes. I don't know why. So it's good that it's getting nerfed. Strider, he's archer hero, so of course, Kader. Strider decrease speed from 60 to 55. That's a good to see. In my opinion, every Elven hero, I mean, every hero in Elven faction should be as fast as the fastest dismounted unit for that faction, excluding Woodren. So like, add the Garadir, Kerborn, and let's say Strider, Halberd, Gildor should be no more than 55 movement speed, right? Because Lorien and Rivendell units are 55 movement speed. So that's good that they are getting the movement speed reduced, but I think it should, like, every hero should get it. Like, I don't think Halbarat is getting that change, right? I think Halbarat is still fast.
No, I think he goes slow as well. Yeah, he's right
Yeah,
there.
okay, he's slower as well. That's good. King's Foil decrease King's Foil radius from 200 to 150. I like getting heroes nerfs, but at the same time, those radius on those heals are very small already, and it can be very difficult to actually hit your heroes with a heal. So maybe that was not necessary, you know. It was actually very cool. What the 202 did is that King's Foil heals over time instead of healing in chunk, like in one big chunk. It would be cool if the King's Foil could also heal in like over time instead of like heal your 1/3 of your HP.
That's a pretty cool
With the
idea.
press of button, yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I like heal over time better than instant heal.
Halbarat, Hero Watcher nerf, movement speed nerf, decrease Master of Dunedain cruise speed from 120. I don't know why you are decreasing Kaldehor for Dunedain, Kaldehor for Halbarat. Like, it's like Halbarat is very basic archer hero. Like, the only really good thing he has is the banner at level 10. But other than that, his ability are like okay. Like, maybe even mediocre. I very rarely use Master of the Dunedain because A, they are very pricey, and B, when you are probably in the situation and you suddenly shoot off Dunedain, you are probably losing very hard and something went wrong there. Gildor, increase cost by 100. Increase Light of Telperion cooldown. Wandering Companies now summon on the target location ability. Decrease Wandering Companies summon duration. Decrease Hobby.
Sorry, go on.
Decrease
Did they
Hobby
fix
duration.
the summon? Did they fix this, like where you can place the summon? Because I knew there was some discussion about that.
No. So speaking of the summons, some summons can no longer be summoned like on your hero. Instead, you have to choose location, right? Thing is, that has been changed for some heroes, but not all of the heroes. For example, for some reason, Gothmog still has the old summon, but not the summon on the location, right? Secondly, the thing you're asking about Havoc, apparently they changed it so now you can summon those summons on your allied units.
Okay.
But I don't think that's been the issue. The issue is that it's generally very difficult to place those summons, right?
Like on the terrain, yeah.
It's the same.
Like buildings. It's so annoying.
It's the same issue the Trollish Stew has, or rather had in the past, but it was quite difficult to just put it in, right? So now the summons are suffering from the same issue. Peak Havoc moment. So Gildor gets his hearts. I'm not sure why. Like Halbarat was always preferred option, but maybe they just want to prevent from Gildor from being too good. Now the Archer heroes are nerfed, but Archer heroes being nerfed doesn't mean that Gildor suddenly will be go-to pick and he will be amazing. I think he was good as he was, and there was no need to change him that much. Especially considering you don't get that many heroes on Rivendell, ironically enough, because you get what, like Gildor, Halbarat, Aragorn, and then you are probably not getting Erlond or Glorfindel for a very long time, right? You are running with just 3 heroes and Grey Company, that's it. So I don't mind those 3 heroes being, especially Gildor, being quite on the strong side in the way. Eladan and Rohirrim decrease hero leadership, so they are no longer buff heroes as much as they did. That's good, although I think something should be done to that Twins tier 2, because there is no reason to go with that tier 2, so something needs to be changed. Grey Company, remove 100 first damage nugget from the melee weapon. That may explain why Grey Company was one-shotting tier 2 swordsman. Gildor is one of my favorite heroes because he has only 3 abilities. Grey Company, decrease slash armor. Again, and I think in the 8.3.1 or one of the previous patches it got slash armor decrease, but it didn't matter because they would one-shot every swordsman. Like every tier 2 swordsman anyway, so it doesn't matter that it suffer more damage from swordsman. But we'll see. Decrease Kid Hunter speed debuff from 40% from 25%. That's a good change because basically skilled hunters means your hero gets deleted.
Insta-kill.
Yeah. Then he gets focus fire, he can barely move, and then he dies within 3 seconds. So that's a good change. So I see my suggestions go through. Noldor units are getting cheaper. Noldor archers decrease command pulse from 90 to 80. I think most elite archers cost 72, so that's fine for them to cost 80. Noldor's Grainmen increase hot movement speed from 50 to 55. That's good because the archers and swordsmen were 55. Noldor elves decrease guardsmen and archer cost from 800 to 750. Guardsmen from 800 to 700. Good changes. I would be kinda tempted to even make Glazeman 675 and maybe Guardsman 725. But at least Noldors are getting cost decrease, so that's good. They didn't that. There was no reason for them to being that expensive, especially considering that there are units in this mod that are similar in stats, but they cost less. So that's good. Knights of Rivendell decrease speed from 110 to 100. I think this is one of those elite cavalry units that should stay 110 movement speed. Fleveress increase weapon attack range from 550 to 600. Whatever, dude, just remove this unit and give us Ballista. Dunedain Outriders decrease upgraded cost, so just a cavalry change. Dunedain Outriders are extremely good cavalry, and probably they should get some changes and 1 point on another. Although that should probably come with some changes to Knights of Rivendell, because Knights of Rivendell are dormitory level 3. Conquer Revelers, remove them and give me Ballista. Yes, so first of all, remove Revelers, secondly, give me Ballista, thirdly, fix Ballista line of sight so they actually can hit Fortress. Okay, so big winners of the heroic unit changes, I think. Veterans of Last Alliance. They got some decrease in armor, but because there are more of them, so I imagine that's overall buff. Decrease both pierce and magic damage, but that's again, they lose only little bit of damage. Like, what is it, 10? They lost 15 damage in total on bows, but they gained extra 5 members, which is like probably what they increased the damage output on bows by what, like more than 90%?
Probably about 80 something, I don't know.
Yeah, so
maybe more than 90, like you're saying, actually.
Yeah, so that's huge.
I'm not doing the math. I don't care.
Bounders decrease crush armor from 125 to 145. I think they are dying to any cavalry anyway. They're getting one-shotted by every cavalry anyway, or
maybe they get two-shotted by warp packs now.
Who cares about warp? No, but I think they surviving. Excuse me, tramples on defensive stats by some like normal cavalry units, you know. So, and they should be one-shot in my opinion. So that's good.
Yeah.
Decrease requirement of rock throw from level 3 to level 2. Hallelujah. Decrease rock damage. It doesn't matter. You have Brandobass Archer. You have Dunedain Archers. It doesn't matter. Also, why? No, I'll mention that later. Lay of Leithian. Increase research time from 30 seconds to 50 seconds. It's like to delay Grey Company, but does it really matter? Not really. Revender Library. Increase build cost from 500 to 600, so maybe now will be worth it to get everyone first to get free library, right? Again, from 500 to 600, I think it would be preferable to leave it as it is and maybe increase the cost of some of the upgrades and maybe decrease the cost of other upgrades.
Actually, thinking about that, how much does the
Huh?
I was just thinking, like the eco buff upgrade on the library is like 1500, right?
Yeah.
But it buffs it by the same amount as like Marketplace and all the other ones, who are usually cheaper.
Marketplace buffs by 12.
Yeah, does the thingy of Yavanna not also do 12?
It does 15.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought it was 12.
Unless it was changed. I mean, we can go and check, but I'm pretty sure.
It doesn't matter. I was just thinking out loud. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, 15. So it is the most pricey one, but it increases by the most, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's fine.
Okay, so what's with Rivendell? Yeah, like Nodos got price decrease, so the dormitory costs is fine, I think, as it is. Library, I preferred it my way when some upgrades got changes and not the library itself, but it is what it is. Now units. Bounders, I think, like the same thing Mati suggested. They should be more expensive. There's no reason for them to be 175 resources when, for example, Wide Men are 200, right? Like Bounders actually can be used for a longer time in game because they are tougher. They get that juicy guilder leadership and Wildman don't. So I think just based on that, the usability later in the game, the price should be increased. Hello, Buck. Two catchers, they are fine. Brilliant Town's Guard. Sometimes I think that the price should be decreased, but maybe it's fine in this. Dunedain Rangers. To be fair, I think the weapon switches should be decreased. because you are already paying for this unit 500 and then you are switching the role for extra hundreds, so it's not like you are getting benefits. You are sure you are benefiting, but you are also getting disadvantage in other way because they are simply switching their role. So I would be fan of changing the switches for 250 resources. It is what it is. Grey Company got nerf, good riddance. Northern got cheaper, that's good change. Rivendell Knights got slower, I would keep them at higher speed. Veterans of Last Alliance, we need to see how well they do, but it looks like they're the big winner of this patch and heroic unit changes. Rivendell Revelers, nobody cares.
Give me Ballista.
Give me Ballista. Farmer Maggot and Fatty Bolger, they are meme heroes, so they don't matter. Although if you are being serious, maybe Farmer Maggot should be level 2 encampment. But still, I think they are single player meme heroes, so whatever. Gildor, huge nerfs. I don't think it was necessary to nerf him. Also, his summon is very extremely difficult to place, just as any other summon that got changed. Albarat, your average archer hero treatment, that's good. So he's like... He was average archer hero, and now because archer heroes got nerf in general, so maybe he will become under average hero now. Eladan and Erohir, something needs to change with that tier 2 because there is no reason to get that tier 2 right now. Arwen Uldomel, to be fair, Arwen is not that bad, but like you have better things to get rather than Arwen, you know. So, but
I do find with Rivendell especially, you have to choose heroes quite carefully because there's a lot of powerful heroes, but they're also very expensive. Like
in reality, you have 3 Havoc or even 2. You have Albarat, Strider,
exactly.
and Gildor. Like in 1v1s, in team games, sure, Aaron, Gryffindor. But in 1v1s, you're running with 3 heroes and then like Grey Company. Aragorn got nerfed. Interesting enough, there is nothing about Splash from Aragorn. Maybe that one should be changed because he has a lot of damage and Splash of 7. But yeah, Fire shall be working got nerfed. Atelas should be nerfed, should be changed. Maybe not necessarily nerfed, but changed. Glorfindel, it looks like he's still pointless. There is no changes to Glorfindel. Like the only hero, I mean, one of the few heroes that really should have Splash, don't have Splash. And Elrond didn't get any change. I think that's fine. He's fine at this. Spellbook wise, Manwë got nerfed, that's good. Many meetings got buffed for no reason, it was already meta pick. Twins didn't get any change, something needs to be done about Twins. The terrain and Gandalf is fine, Bombadil is fine. Probably Flood should get some sort of nerf because it's anti-hero, anti-unit, anti-building. You have weather, changes to weather, it's kinda whatever. It got something extra, so I guess that's okay. Halo Fire, many people don't like Halo Fire, I like it, but I think maybe it should be a bit tankier. Because like for example Harat Oasis is extremely tanky. So I don't think Halo Fire should be as tanky as Harat Oasis, but it should be slightly more doable.
But Conky, it buffs your revelers.
Ah, shut the fuck. Erebor. Erebor, Kingdom Under the Mountain. Fury Amel Filthy now gives Kuzdul Dunes and Mithril Tip arrows to dwarves, Dwarven Plate to Lake Town and L units, which is kinda a good idea because dwarves are tanky, so you don't need to make them even more tanky, instead you want to give them damage. While the human units are rather not as tanky, so you want to make them tankier. That makes sense, should make sense. The only problem with it is that the human archers no longer get upgraded arrows. And that's the problem, because why would you get armor on your archers? You would prefer to get upgraded arrows on them to increase the DPS because that's the main role to dish out damage, right? So I don't know if it's a buff or a debuff. I think it's a buff, because like in 1v1 you will not make as many archers, but rather melee units. So maybe that's a buff in 1v1 at least. Airborne, deep mine, undermine. Guards are not able to be attacked. But can they be killed though? Lots of units can be attacked, but they cannot be killed, so... Troll's Core, decreased gold value from 10,000 to 750. I think if not for the RNG of the Summoned Dragon, Troll's Horse would be one of the best tier 4s in the game. So it's good that it's been maybe nerfed a little bit, but at the same time it's a shame that the dragon didn't get any changes here. Like, it should get its behavior changed. Maybe it should be put on the leash or something, and maybe it should get some damage reduction to
More
it.
consistent.
Arca Roak, Wisdom of Yor grants additional XP at level 5. I would say that's whatever, and there is no still to making bird, but I think right now that bird can level up your guardians to level 2 with that XP ability, and your guardians now get charged at level 2. So maybe now there is point to making a bird, although I still highly doubt it, because you mainly make him for cavalry. If you want a cavalry, you just go battle wagon and do the bird. Bucky made a post about this, so feel free to comment. What about the fully armed and filthy? Or oh no, about dragon. Yeah. Like, but come on, like, dragon should be on some kind of leash. It's like been known for a long time. So Gimli got nerfed, but also buffed. He is tankier, but can dish out less damage, if I am not wrong. Yeah, he no longer has cripple, which is massive. He now slows, which is probably not enough. Okay, he deals more damage to infantry with his throw. Decrease sleep damage by 10, doesn't matter. Decrease splash radius on the glowing on the Balinax. Okay. So he can dish out. He's less dangerous, but generally he's more tanky. So I don't know if that's a good idea to have tanky hero that cannot dish as much damage. Of course, he can still do a lot of damage because that's Gimli, right? But like, if you have tanky hero and he doesn't do that much damage, then why just even bother to focus him? You can just leave him alone and he will do not as much. Although it's Gimli, so he will still do a lot. Okay, so
I don't like the axe throw change as well though, because it's 10 seconds is not long enough. If you're playing with dwarves, you just can't catch an enemy hero.
So that's the problem they realized during the beta testing, because during the cast they removed Gimli axe throw in the first cast when the Erebor was presented, and then they realized it's not a good idea. So what they did later on, what we will see, is that they gave quote-unquote cripple to Bard. They get knockback to Bard, which is basically a better version of cripple, although with shorter duration. So Gimli Glowing got hit hard again. I think in the 8.3.1 and the previous patch he got nerfed, or maybe I'm wrong. Increased costs his cost has been increased, so basically he has been swapped with Chathod. That's good. Increased virtue capitalist level requirements for 5 to 6. People are huge fans of those eco buffs. I did a math on it, and it barely gives you 200 resources per use, so it's not that great. It's mainly a tool to level up your farm quicker. That's it. It's like okay, it's not big. Increase secret ways level requirements from level 8 to level 9, so teleport. That's good because teleports are busted, but the thing is, Balin for some reason still gets teleported level 10. Also, there is no mentions of the radius changes about teleports. Like radius change on the Haldir teleport was there in the changelog. There are no changes about radius of glowing teleport here, but in Major it was changed as well. Balin, decrease cooldown Balin expedition from 5 minutes to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm pretty sure that's the banner. And decrease Balin expedition damage armor leadership effect radius from 300 to 150. So they are buffing and debuffing at the same time the only good ability of Balin. Also, it's surprisingly that Balin only gets those changes because it's Balin. Remove hot structure leadership now, move to Durin, that makes sense. Hot is easier to level up, that's fine because he's also cheaper. Kenai requires level 3, whatever. Stone Hewer is level 6, whatever. Bone of Flameship now unlock at level 10. I mean, Legolas is summoned at level 10 by Gimli, so I don't see a reason why not to move the Elegos at level 10. And the Elegos is quite good as well because he has that heal. That's good. King Dane, decrease movement speed from 35 to 40. I'm not a big fan of heroes being slower than other heroes in your faction, like Denethor. I don't like Denethor being slower than other heroes because B it makes him less usable. B it's like it feels bad just to use them because you have to adjust like your movement to his movement. So yeah, apparently argument to make him slower is that King Dane is basically a walking, living statue. And true, he has massive leadership and his abilities are very good in general, but I would rather have him give less leadership and his ability adjusted than have him slower. But it is what it is. Lord Dane, decrease health from 3000 to 2800. So imagine that is because people would just mount Lord Dane on his piggy and run around with harass. But why not just decrease his mounted armor instead of hitting him with the health nerf? I don't know why it was done this way and on the other way around. Like, he still should be tanky hero in melee, so just nerf his mounted armor. Stormhelm decreased Warwing Guard splash radius from 70 to 60, doesn't matter. Stormhelm decreased level 8 permanent armor buff from 50 to 33. That's good because that armor buff was ridiculous, like the iron foot heroes are killable as it is. So it's good that they are getting nerfed to their survivability, already Stormhelm is. Killy decrease, so Killy is getting his basic Archer Hero nerf. Killy decrease quickshot scalar versus cavalry from 200. Okay, so most units in the game get extra 100 damage from hero, right? Because this is how the armor's value works. So on top of that, apparently Killy quickshot also did 200% damage. So I don't know if it meant that the Killy did 300% damage to cavalry on his quickshot, or is it like quickshot replaced his basic weapon? I don't know. But anyway, it's got nerf, so that's good. Bart, he's getting his archer hero treatment. Decrease cooldown on Black Arrow abilities from 100 to 90. That's okay for Bart because his Black Arrow is mediocre. I mean, it's only debuffs a single target, right? So you're just gonna use the hero to debuff it. Meanwhile, like King Brand has like 3 different effects on his Black Arrow. On top of that, now it knocks bugs at level 2, including heroes, you know? So maybe the longer cooldown should be saved for King Brand. Also, King Brand increased leadership from 25 to 33. And armor from 33. No, armor from 33 to 33, huh? No, I think damage and armor was 25. And then both of them were increased to 33. Iron Heel Warriors decrease command cost from 100 to 90. Okay, like they didn't need any change, so I guess the command point decrease is most welcome because like 200 was too much. Grim Hammers increase color versus structures from 80 to 90, which means they will deal some sort of damage to structures now. The issue with Green Hammer is not only you need to level up as the Hall of Warriors to level 2 to get them, but once you get Grim Hammers and you fend off the spam you're being attacked with, then you cannot counterattack with Grim Hammers because they barely did any damage. And to be fair, I would remove their Scalar versus structures in its entirety, but it is what it is. And I think Grim Hammers won't be played as much. They will not be being played as it was in 8.3.1. Battle Wagon decrease leadership to dwarves from 33 to 25. That's very good because I have no idea why dwarves having extremely high stats have basically a mobile statue with them. That was a bit nuts, so that's good. Decrease crash damage from 180 to 140. That's extremely bad change. Battle Wagon is the only cavalry unit of dwarves, so you need it, keep it strong. Battle Wagon included barding units in leadership with separate and weaker modifier of 15, 15, 25 damage armor experience. It basically translates to fuck Lake Town. Like, I don't know if it was necessary because, like, bardings already have very high stats, but at the same time are a bit faster than the dwarves. I mean, they have like normal speed of 50. So now not only you have this unit of normal speed with high stats, but now also you have much more modifiers for them, and those modifiers are better. Look, King Brand, right? Battle Wagon, this extra crash damage on once Miss Might coming up is unlocked. That's level 4, I think.
Hello.
Can we mention the Battle Wagon limit?
Oh yes. It's fucking level 4, come on man. So they took some crash armor from level 1 and then gave it to level 4. Like, the crash armor should stay as it is. That's a bad change. You wanna say something, Drazner? Except hello?
No. I'm gonna add something if I found it, worth adding. Don't worry.
Okay.
But no.
Warrior Mangonel, decrease cost from 800 to 700. Kinda whatever. I mean, the sieges are what, 600 if I'm not wrong, so there was no reason for Dwarven Mangonel to cost as much, I guess. Like the anti-infantry ability on Mangonel is not that great without upgrades anyway, so I don't see any reason for the Mongol being that cheap, so that's good, but there's at the same time siege is not that common, so it's whatever. Druid Traders decrease cost from 450 to 400. They won't be used still, probably, because why would you use them? They have high damage, they are fast, but they still die like flies, and I think that price tag is still too steep. Burning Lawman reverted old nerf and increased upgraded arrow damage to 105 pierce and 10 slash. It'd be cool if you said what was actually the change and not just the revert old nerf. Anyway, Burning Lawman are getting buff. Is it good? Is it bad? It looks like it's still not a natural meta, but still a pike and a sword meta. So maybe it will be whatever, but at the same time you are buffing bardings quite a lot, so that may be dangerous thing to do. Barding Swordman and Guard Sword Master increase upgraded crush armor. I think they could survive like 4 tramples from basic calf.
Yikes.
So I don't think that was necessary. Natural Sprinters, big. Natural Sprinter is now active ability that grants 15 movement speed and ability to crash for 5 seconds, and for 10 seconds it gives damage and armor. Also apparently this extra damage at level 4 and level 5 for Phalanx. So that's good. The old charge at level 2 would probably be too powerful. At the same time, level 3 charge was a very rare case because while Guardians quite often get to level 2, they quite rarely get to level 3. So that's generally good change. It allows them to defend Mineshaft easier as well, so that's good. Dwarven charge weapon removes 300% flanking bonus from charge weapon, increase requirement to level 3 for phalanx, now has only 100 blah, 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 blah. Huh? So I imagine they are getting hit less from flanking maneuvers when they are using charge? No, they are dealing less damage when they are
They're dealing
from
less
flanking
flanking
when
damage,
they are
yeah.
using the thing. Okay. Decrease number of Karazat Uzbalu from 3 to 2 because they get heroic unit from summon. I think that's okay, right? Because Durin now gives heroic pike. Kazat Uzbadul decreased piece armor from 7 to 9. That's such a small value that it won't matter, but okay. Kazat Uzbadul decreased command point from 80 to 88. I think that's good because Kazat Uzbadul are amazing, especially with modifiers from, for example, Iron Foot. Blood Wardens increase command points from 60 to 80. They are still pikemen. I don't think if I would call them elite pikemen. I think there are elite pikemen, so maybe that 80 CP was justified. Like, surely 70 CP, but 80 maybe a bit too much. And it's like, okay. Airboy Orcas increase cooldown from 30 to 90 seconds. That's big. And I'm also interested because I don't remember if like other fortresses like Orcas equivalents also will get their cooldown increase, because for example the toxic fumes on Mordor also have extremely short cooldown, so I wonder if that also will be the case for Mordor. But like, it doesn't really matter, you probably only use it Warpens game, so it's whatever. Tunnel Collapse, decrease eco buff duration, debuff duration from 60 to 30 seconds. That's good because there was no reason for it to debuff your eco for 60 seconds. Like, you get Tunnel Collapse, let's say you get good value out of it, and then you are still getting, you are behind because your eco got debuffed. That they made no sense. Tunnel Collapse, stun duration reduced from 15 to 10 seconds. Mineshaft is now smaller model and geometry, so they make mines smaller to be easier, to be more defensible, but then they decrease the tunnel collapse stun duration to kinda nullify the change. Obviously, the mineshafts will benefit more from the smaller models than there is drawback from the stun duration change. But like, I think those changes are kinda contradicting each other, so it's like weird. Okay, Erebor, what do you have here? Sure, like mine finally it's smaller, that's good. Assembly. There's still problem with taking up as Erebor. If you are going Iron Foot, then you are probably not going for the Iron Hill Warriors or Crossbowmen, because you need to build assembly and then level it up to level 3. Or at least that was the problem, because you would not go Bardings, but maybe now we'll get Bardings because they got buffed. So maybe there is no reason to change anything with the assembly. So like the units, maybe levels. Because you know what I'm trying to say. If you are Oakenshield, you would always go assembly, because if you are Oakenshield, you wanna get those Lake Town units, and then because you already got assembly, you can later tech up with Iron Hills Warrior and Crossbowman, because you have that assembly. If you are going Iron Foot, then you are probably just spamming Bising Dwarves or Dwarves from Redoubt. Maybe now, because Bardings are also better, you'll be actually using Iron Hills Warriors and Crossbowmen as Iron Foot, so I guess that's okay. Their units, Grimhammers, like traders got changed, but that's not enough for them to be usable. I think Lake Town Pikemen needs some sort of nerf. They are too efficient right now. Lake Town Pikemen are good at this. Guards of the Master. I still don't understand why Guards of the Master are at level 2 assembly, when Barding Swordsmen are at level 1 assembly. They're basically the same units. The only difference is that the Guards of the Master get cool ability at level 2 and Bardings get it at level 3. Also, the Lake Guards of the Masters and Lake Town don't get the leadership the Bardings get. So maybe it's finally time to put Guards of the Masters level 1 assembly. Vault Warders cost more CP, that's okay. Wave Slayers, I wonder if Wave Slayers are finally resistant to fire, but that might be not the case. Zayt Uzbadur nerf, that's okay. Battle Wagon nerf, that's definitely not okay. Dwarven buff, that's okay. Heroes, maybe Bird now will be usable if it actually gives you level 2 Guardians with 1 experience buff. But still, Bird is mainly for the cavalry, and if you wanna go cavalry, then you still should ignore Bird and go for the battle wagons. Master of the Lake Town, I think he's fine as this. Killy is still the most basic archer hero, and I think that's fine. Philly is fine. Balin, like Balin is a joke. Balin is, I think, like mini rework at this point because like allies need Balin and 25 vision range. Are you kidding me? And then teleported level 10. So yeah, Balin needed some changes. Bard the Bowman, I think he's fine as it is. Dwalin is fine as this. Dane Ironfoot, not a fan of decreasing HP. Yeah, he has 2 different armor sets, obviously mounted and dismounted. So instead of just decreasing health, you should probably nerf his like tough hero armor, or maybe give him some unique mounted armor and then nerf it. Oaken Shield, people say the Torin Oaken Shield is kinda bad. I'm kinda fine with him as he is. Durin, I cannot tell anything about Durin because I even haven't seen him in the game. Arca, same thing, it's a bird. Glowing, good changes, he was too good, especially considering the price tag. Hot now is cheaper, that's good. King Brand, massive changes. Gimli, some buffs and nerfs, but I think overall nerfs, and it's basically what will mean for Elbow. We are going glowing King Brand because not only he's archer hero, but now he has knockback, so which is basically like better version of cripple, but with shorter duration. So like it would be Gimli, King Brand, Gimli. Stonehelm got some changes, didn't really change anything. He's not as tough at later levels, so that's good. King Dane is slower. I don't like making some heroes slower in your faction. I think King Dane should just get some leadership nerfs and ability nerfs because they are so good. Durin again. Spellbook changes. I think mostly the spellbook of Erebor is quite good and quite competitive if you consider other powers. The only thing I really dislike is that they changed the visuals of the Erebor Undermine. It's so goddamn ugly, and I think everyone agrees, right, boys?
Uh-huh. It is.
Yes, preach.
Okay, can I just say it looks, I'm from England. I'm from the north of England. It looks like a coal mine shaft that we have in England. It doesn't look dwarven at all, okay? It doesn't. It's not good at all. Like fine, if you don't want Durin's doors, remove Durin's doors. It doesn't make sense there. Okay, whatever, but that model does not fit. It's why is it like a wooden shed, okay? It's disgusting. Stop it.
Mm. The only thing that's it's shame that fully Unreal 50 no longer gives arrow upgrades to men units, and that's really it. What now? Woodrem. I think I will take a break for a second. And then we go Woodrem, Mordor, Isengard, Misty Mountains, DG Harad. So I think we done the easier part of the balance changes. Now the more complex changes will take place because those factions are special. Like Gondor and Rohan are very basic, and Riven and Erebor, and they got some good changes mostly, so that's fine. But the later faction, especially DG, we need to talk about them some more. So I'll take a 4 or 5 minutes break, and I'll be back.
So it's 3 hours of a stream and you are not even in the half?
Hell yeah!
What the fuck? I thought, oh my god, still Woodlander and Mordor.
Listen,
Oh my-
I stopped yapping because I was like, this is taking ages, and I don't want to just keep yapping. So I stopped. Yeah, so I stopped, but it's still taking ages.
When I joined the stream, oh my god.
It's typical Conky streams, like 6 hour
Yeah.
tier list or something, you know.
I could do that stream in 20 minutes.
Good, good, bad, bad, good. Don't like, do like, don't like, don't like.
True.
Done. It's good. Conky's a good boy.
Dude, my face is so smooth right now, it's amazing.
Oh my god. Try getting a reservation at Dorothiana.
Dude, I did my skincare routine, it's amazing. It's like a newborn.
You need to like record it and like upload it to YouTube like vlog, you know, like, oh, this is my morning routine, blah blah blah. Stupid.
Try for trashing me now with Ravagers, you stupid fucking bastard!
Oh, we're gonna get to Ravages. Dude. Why are battle wagons limited to 3, huh? Can somebody explain it to me?
Engine limitation. Hello Poland, hello. You know what I miss, Havoc?
What did you miss, Drazner?
4v4s in 2.02.
Okay, buddy.
Dude, they are so fun.
Well, these fours seem like not fun. Isn't it
Oh,
just a
in
mess?
2.02 they are very fun, very cool.
You've been talking to Matty too much.
No, I've been playing with Matty, but not too much.
Is Matty still here in the chat?
Let's see, he is not.
Ah, damn it. My joke is wasted.
I'm back, boys.
Welcome back.
Hello,
You are
Poland.
spending
Hello, Turkey.
like 35 or 40 minutes per faction.
I don't know how long. Wait, I'm streaming for almost 3 hours, so how much is it for faction?
How many you did?
Four, five?
I did 5 factions and general changes.
So like 6 factions, let's say. So that's like 30 minutes per faction. Kinda almost. Okay.
Okay, with random, hidden sentries, Faraday does light damage versus
We
buildings.
have to switch a screen.
I think it's switched. Like, I don't have delay on stream, but it's still delayed by a few seconds.
Okay, yeah, it's working.
Hidden sentries, Faraday less damage versus builders. So
Skill issue.
skill issue, surely.
Yeah, I agree.
It is skill issue.
So you have a vision that on top of that can shoot your units and kill them and kill your builders, so it's like very strong already, and then you can really easily kill your builders, so the nerf was justified. It was the tree summon tier 1. Remove stealth function, that's interesting, and first and foremost no longer knocks back heroes. That's good because that tree already does a lot. So the fact that it no longer knocks back heroes is quite good. Elecking increase duration, that's good because that power was not that often used. Elecking patience got buffed, initial duration at least. I don't know if it was necessary, like people were going to go for Elecking patience, I feel like after the Elecking Fist nerfs anyway. And it was fine as it is. And now Elecking Fist, huge nerfs, increased teleport cooldown from 2 seconds to 30 seconds, heal rate decreased, modifier increased, lifetime decreased, decreased HP, decreased shroud kill range from 500, blah, blah, blah. I think they went too hard on that one, to be fair.
It was kind of nuts though as well.
It was nuts, and now I think it's too over nerfed. I think if they wanted to go with such a severe nerfs, I think the one thing they needed to was to buff the radius of it, because the radius is extremely small, the buff, right? But now you are decreasing the teleport cooldown like to 30 seconds, which is a lot, which means you can only use it like what, 4 times during its lifetime.
3 times.
2 minutes, 40 seconds.
No, I guess if you use one straight away when you
that's true, you're right. And then you decrease HP from it. I think it's maybe overnerfed in its current state. And you can even before the 9.0, I was kinda beginning to dislike the Elven King Fist in 8.3.1. And I feel like there is no much reason to go for Elven King Fists right now, other than the Arrow Volley tier 3 that follows, you know? So maybe it was hit too hard. Hail of Arrows, decrease damage for the first volley and second volley from the... Okay, so it got nerfed, but it's still not got nerfed enough not to one-shot like your entire army with the first volley. But this got nerfed, so that's good. Decrease Eofield unupgraded damage, so they decrease up damage of summon. That's okay. Legolas, decrease piercing shot debuff duration from 15 seconds to 5 seconds. That's good because there was no reason for it to last that long, and you were like, if you wanted to debuff that hero with movement speed debuff, then you should shoot him and not like leave it long after the Legolas ability stops, right? Galleon, for some reason Galleon got nerfed, I don't know why. Decrease Mirror here at level 6 and level 9. Increase cost, I don't know why. Dorvina LED no longer buffs heroic units, that's good because heroic units shouldn't be buffed. So I prefer to go Tauriel Galleon and totally skip Feren. I think a lot of people also used to skip Feren because he's not that great and he's slower than your other units and heroes. So just if you want to get hero, you just go with Galleon. But Galleon...
It's very hard to use Feren with Sylvans because of the speed difference.
But Galleon was not that good anyway, so you only make him because you didn't want to make Feren, right? So why he is getting nerfs? Not sure. Hello everyone, I'm a bit late but I'm happy to see this review. Hello Silk Road. Branduil, increase my of cooldown, that's good because it would came back extremely quickly. Now Tauriel, one of the best early game heroes and probably the best archer hero in the game. Increase cost, removed heroes from from movement speed buff. Close quarter, dagger fighter, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Decrease strength of leadership, decrease range damage. Okay, so she gets the average archer hero treatment, and then she gets debuff as gets nerfs as Tauriel. That's good. There's no reason for the already quick Wooderheim heroes be affected by movement speed buffs. There is no reason for her leadership to be that good, because like attack range is one of the best leadership bonuses you can get for archers, right? Although if she's already being hit with such a debuff, I'm not sure if extra 200 resources price increase was justified. Maybe only 100, you know. But we'll see how it goes. Feren. Feren was, as I said previously, he was not being made that often. He was often the second. Your second hero as Woodrunner was Galleon, and Feren was sometimes entirely skipped. And Feren is getting nerfed anyway, so he's getting the classic summon now can be target on location ability, but also Commander of Elisa's gun cooldown is increased from 180 to 300. I think Feren summon was one of the weakest summons anyway, so there was no reason to nerf it. Does Feren speed buff affect heroes? I don't think so. Or am I wrong? Drazner, do you know?
I don't know. I don't give a fuck.
Nice.
Doesn't say, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Now, big change, unfortunately very weird change, and I think very bad change. Radagast very great reason can no longer instantly replace units with animals. Instead of this 225 magic damage and 100 radius.
That is so fucking dog shit. That is the worst fucking thing in this patch notes.
So
Such a unique, shut the fuck up. Such a fucking unique ability that is so rarely seen, that doesn't even affect the overall faction performance, reduced to fucking atoms. Holy fuck. I'm gonna be back in 10 minutes because that's how angry I am.
okay, so not only would rarely see Radagast, he would extremely rarely get tier 10. I don't think I saw Radagast tier 10. Level 10 Radagast in 1v1 games in 8.3.1. I only saw him level 10 in team games. And the thing is, that ability was not like busted or broken or anything, because the radius was quite small, so it was quite fair, and it didn't turn the heroic units into the animals. So, but now for some reason it's hard to reach because it's level 10 and it only deals 225 magic damage. Really, although I don't know what it means
useless.
in 100 radius. Like, is 100 radius more or less than what it was before? You know.
100 radius is more, I think. 100 is decent size, right?
I have no idea. I think those change cause crashes. Did it crash though?
I've seen it used in like free-for-alls and 4v4s, and I've never seen it crash from that, so I don't know.
If it did, then it did very rarely. Gilded Guard got health increase and damage versus structure. Okay, so it suffers more from structures, but it's more HP. It's slower. Not a fan of making them slower. There's still no point of making Gilded Guard. I think they're overall too expensive. Like, if you want Gilded Guard, then you slow down your Sylvan like pressure, and then you delay your Greenwood transition. Like, there's no more point to this unit unless you want to fend off spam of cavalry. Then maybe. Cinder
Wonder if
Noble.
they beat Snowball. Sorry, no, I was just saying I wonder if they beat Snowball.
Yeah, heroic cavalry probably does. Cinder Noble decrease speed. Again, not a fan of decreased speed for elite cavalry. Sylvans in general got hit hard, decreased health from pikemen, decreased damage. Although they increased the scalar, which means they did more damage regarding to scalar, but overall damage got decreased. Decreased health of knife fighters, decreased specialist armor of knight fighters, Siva outriders, decreased speed. Okay, so obviously it was necessary to nerf Sylvans, but I feel like the nerf Sylvans like along the wrong department. The Sylvans should be nerfed when it comes to their hit and run, and not when it comes to their durability. In my opinion, the movement speed should be nerfed from 65 to 60, and on top of that they should get their damage nerfed. I know they are supposed to be like hit and run, so this is what we get. We get health decrease and not movement speed or damage buffs. But I think it's the wrong way to go, because now they are kinda still as good as we were in 8.3.1 with the hit and run, because I can, for example, the knife fighters can still destroy your farms as quickly but like they're abysmal at fighting right now because they have less durability, right? And like it was a problem with Woodrelam even before. Like sure, Sylvans were amazing, but they kinda suffered in those blob fights, and there are not that many modifiers you can get on those Sylvans to buff their armor and damage. Like the Elven King's Fist got nerfed almost into the ground, and like any other like damage and armor buffs are Legolas and Thranduil, so very expensive heroes. Woodman Hunters increase slash damage, decrease cost. Like they want to make Woodsman usable, and I think it will be possible with the changes to Sylvans, at least in team games. Like the one thing I know for certain in this patch is that Woodrealm absolutely sucks in team games right now. How they fare in 1v1s, I'm not sure yet, but definitely Woodsmen I think are the way to go in team games. Because like Sylvans, they just die like flies and they can you can harass a little bit with them, but when it comes to those big blob battles in the middle, then you need something else. Potion Potency, Druid permanently gains 200 health after purchasing the upgrade. I mean, I guess it's cool that they're trying to make druids usable as well, but I don't think that many people will use them anyway. Like, maybe team games, but I don't think 1v1s they will be used. Blessing of Alderon now passively heals nearby Woodsman Hunters. That's very interesting. You basically have well on your druid, but without replenishment. Bearing Berserkers decrease cost, increase crash weapon from, and increase build time are affected by Elven King decree. Bearing cost decrease from 400. Increase number of hunting shrines needed for Sylvan discounts. Okay, so big changes to the Woodrealm early game and mid game probably, and maybe they got nerfed too much somehow. Like they got hit, Tauriel got hit. Like sure, she should be nerfed a little bit. The Sylvans got hit, and sure they should be nerfed, but maybe they got nerfed in the wrong way, or maybe too much. And the issue
Maybe
is
if they just revert the discount nerf. So if they were discounted again, maybe they wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, I think they put too many nerfs at the same time, and the one nerf that I think definitely needs to be reverted is the hunting shrine changes, because the thing is, those Sylvans were very good at fighting, very good at everything, and they were very cost efficient because you get discounts from shrines, right? Now suddenly, no longer only they are worse at fighting, and why not, they get less debuffs because the spellbook also got nerfed, but now also are more expensive because you get less discounts from shrines, right? So they are much less cost efficient they were. And now it creates a problem also. Do you spam shrines to achieve maximum cost efficiency for your Sylvan, but at the same time you delay your transition into the Greenwoods, right? And you probably want to transition to Greenwoods right now because Sylvans are nerfed. Or maybe you can go start spamming 1 yards early all to transition the Greenwoods area, right?
Yeah.
But that makes your
save
Sylvans
full price.
extremely
Yeah.
not efficient. So I think this is kind of fine. Why not? Like those Sylvan changes, Tauriel changes. But I think this needs to be reverted. That's too much.
Which bit needs to be? Oh, the discount.
And the discount. Like
Okay.
revert this and see how it goes.
I'm still thinking about those changes, you know? Because I'm switching playstyle in most of my games to free barracks for Sylvans. One is producing Swords, one is producing Plagues, and one is producing Archers, and it's kind of working.
So triple Sylvan clearing, right?
Triple, yeah.
Yeah, that was the way to go. It's previous patch as well, unless you were winning that much that there was no need for triple for the third one. Do I go into the wood realm? I think everything mostly have been covered. What if the hunting shrine gave discount to woodsmen as well? Would that help for the transition? But there is no point to give hunting shrine discount to woodsmen because they're already very cheap, and Age of the Ring team really desperately tries to make woodsmen usable. You know, it's not problem with the woodsmen. It's like problem with the Sylvan currently and with the transitioning into Greenwoods. Like the Woodmen have another issue that they require just another building from which you only get, well, woodsmen. Like from Sylvan Clearing you get your archers, swordsmen, pikemen, cavalry.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, if you're gonna make Woodsman the Beyonding Lodge, you still have to make Sylvan Lodge because you need pikes.
I don't know, they are really trying to force the woodsmen on us, and I think we have to use woodsmen at least in team games. I don't know about 1v1s. And yeah, I think I mostly covered the changes for the wood realm in the changelog, so there is not much I can say here. Yeah, Galleon unnecessary nerfs. Feren maybe also was unnecessary. That cooldown decrease. His summon is not that good compared to others. River the discount change, and I think we are Gucci. Greenwoods are good as they are right now, so that's fine. Okay, which faction now? Mordor. Curse of Doom decreased damage, removed Orc Warrior and added Rohan Peasant to the negative scalar damage. Huh. So it's not a good idea, in my opinion, to just add a bunch of scalers against specific units to things, because that's the way of Beef Me 2, if I'm not wrong. They just have specific scalers against specific units, and it makes very convoluted and is extremely difficult for someone to learn the game, and sometimes it doesn't make sense. So I don't know how many powers have some different hidden scalers, but I hope that they use as few scalar as is possible and adjusting those spellbook powers. But anyway, the increased damage, I think it's 1 per tick. Was it necessary? Not really. It doesn't change that much. Barricade, added decal for armor buff duration, whatever. Slaves of Noon production bonus decreased from 275 to 200, which is big. And I'm wondering if isn't it too big of the nerf, and it shouldn't be, for example, 225%. But I think I will talk about it more in Isengard, because Isengard gets the same treatment, but at the same time they got more eco spellbook powers, so we'll talk more about it in the Isengard. Okay, Slaves of Noon now affect Gorgoroth Foundries, why not, good change. Call the Horde now grants Orc Warriors Pikeman Mark of the Red Eye when recruited, increased duration from 30 to 45. So when they've originally reworked they are coming for Misty Mountains, where they changed it from Call of the Horde to just give you 5 or 6 battalions of goblins, I was wondering what they can do with Call of the Horde, and I thought it would be extremely cool if they simply just gave Mark of the Red Eye to our orcs that are recruited under the Call of the Horde duration. And they did it, so that's very cool, although they didn't include the Brak Uruks. And I don't think it will be game breaking at all. Like, those units cost a lot and you still have to pack them with pikemen, so that's pretty expensive. So I wouldn't mind if the Mark of the Red Eye was also added to the Black Uruks. He's gathering all useless units to him. Increase Haradim Rider's health and deceleration from 300 to blah, blah, blah. Okay, so mediocre summon is slightly less mediocre. Okay, whatever. It doesn't change anything. I think right side will still be a goat, but I would maybe talk about it later. Eye of Sauron increased damage from 2.1 to 2.25. Is it that noticeable? Not really. I mean, you are melting army anyways, and I don't think that changes enough to melt heroes. You can still just split your heroes. You are no longer. You maybe will get one hero kill or maybe more if they are low HP, but still, like Fires of Odruin is much better than Eye of Sauron. Fires of Odruin no longer causes fear, decreased damage radius from 200 to 275. No longer fixed duration. That means you need to aim. You cannot like drop it immediately on enemy army. Instead, you have to take a lead on it, sort of speak, because the army won't stay on spot the moment you use it. It's that's like whatever. The radius is also I guess radius is a good change because that power is very strong. Shagrat. I think Shagrat no longer his or Black Uruk paratroopers got debuffed. I mean nerfed. Yeah, the reason we call them Black Uruk's paratroopers because you can just drop them on the inside enemy
Look
building.
at the summon range, what it used to be.
Yeah, it has huge summon range and would spawn the Black Uruk inside the farms. So that was extremely good summon, and now it got nerfed. Duration, range, increased, cooldown was increased. And to be fair, I don't know how you guys, but I find it very difficult to use that summon, so almost as difficult as the new summons of the Kildor, Feren, and so on and so forth. Although
Yeah,
they are a bit
it's very
different because...
finicky. It's very finicky because you have to place it on a building, but he has to be within range of the building, and then there can't be anything on the top of it, and it's all, yeah.
Yeah, maybe just increase the summon range from 150 to, I don't know, 300. Maybe that will solve it, I'm not sure. Shagrat removes splash damage from base weapon. That's good, because why would so cheap hero get splash, brother? Now it was on Felbeast, decrease auto heal rate from 30 to 15 per second. Like, you would not make Felbeast 8.3.1 because of the flyer back, so you would not flyer back your opponent. Although, preferably, you would not fire back your opponent, right?
Unless he was
I
know what Randa's thinking.
I'm thinking of specific country.
And they got the regen decreased. I don't know why, like, I made Felbeast few times in 8.3.1 because it was such a long patch, 1.5 year. And I always felt like the regen is extremely slow, extremely low. So I don't know why it was decreased even further. Nazgul increase experience tier from 3 to 4, so I guess it levels up not as fast as it used to, although it still levels up quite fast. Remove Scalar versus Siege based weapon added to Relentless Pursuit when it's active. Whatever. Norge can dismount while Relentless Pursuit is active. Good. Increase cost by 100. Sure. Decrease crash damage from 130 to 90. Decrease flanking bonus. Increase Black Breath damage per tick. I'm pretty sure Black Breath is still pretty useless, especially when the Nazgul has to stop to use it instead of just use it on the move.
Greenwood Cav be like.
He needs to get that to that level, which is usually a hard task.
What is not mentioned in this changelog is that Nazguls generally, I think are less maneuverable. Am I wrong?
So Nazgul are what?
They are not as maneuverable as they in 9.3.1.
Yeah, no, they don't seem to be as.
At least I feel like it, right?
Yeah.
So
I think so.
the thing is with Nazguls, you cannot over nerf them because they are de facto only cavalry of Mordor. Were they too nerfed? I think each of us played a Nazgul, played a lot of the Nazguls already, and maybe they are too weak, maybe their damage need to be increased. Maybe something. Because
it's really hard because, like you say, the de facto cav, so like the smallest change can have a big impact in the game.
Yeah, exactly. They kind of feel a bit on the weaker side right now, so maybe something needs to be changed. That's good. Witch King decreased mounted movement speed from 150 to 105. That's good. So still a bit faster than most of the cavalry. Sure, they are not good. Why not? Witch King increased health from 4,000 to 4,300. That's barely anything. That's probably like 1 or 2 attacks from the hero. So it still will be very dangerous to keep Witch King in melee. And Witch King doesn't get HP per level, just like Gandalf does. So the increase in health is not as substantial as in case of Gandalf, for example.
Wait, he doesn't? Witch King doesn't gain health on level?
Nazgûl and Witch King doesn't get 8 HP, they get armor instead,
Oh,
because
yeah.
they mount on Fellbeast, and Fellbeast, there's some issues with Fellbeast. I think they get like regenerate HP when they mount on Fellbeast or something like that. I'm not sure. So they only get armor. Mouth of Sauron decreased Hysteria effect duration to 35 seconds. I think it was 45. It's nuts anyway that it lasts so long, but okay, it's level 10, so it can be a little bit nuts, why not? Decrease splash weapon radius on both mounted and dismounted weapons from 10 to 7. He had fucking 10? Okay. And then it's got splitted into 70, 50, okay. That's good. Ambassador now decreases Mouth of Sauron damage by minus 25% for 20 seconds. I'm not a fan of that change. It's like one of your 2 or 3 heroes of Mordor that will be there in melee fighting with enemy heroes, so I don't know why you are nerfing Mouth of Sauron in that regard. Moloch, Ripping Slash no longer heals per hit, now passively heals over time.
Thank God.
It depends how much it heals over time, you know.
Reaping Slash was so dumb. So stupid.
But it probably translates to it will be easier to burst him down, which is fine. It's good, because he would heal so much per hit that would be impossible to burst him down. And he gets buffs to armor and damage on that Ripping Slash anyway, so you know. Govmok, 4 ranks, Magots cannot be cast while dismounted. That's good, because it was broken that you cast it while mounted. It would just go under enemy mounted hero and drop it there, and the enemy mounted hero would die almost immediately. There was nothing you could do. Although I don't understand why the Gothmog summon doesn't get the same treatment as Gildor, Feren, and who else?
Yeah.
Gildor, Feren. Creampool. Celeborn also gets his old summon, but he doesn't summon pikes, so it's kinda okay, but I think every summon should be standardized to be the same. Mountain Troll decreased structural armor from 50 to 65, decreased pierced armor from 40 to 50. I would decrease the... I mean, Trolls may be over nerfed, I feel like, but actually I would decrease the pierce armor even further, because the tier 1 archers barely do anything to Trolls.
Yeah. They just don't do enough damage to buildings, I think, right now. The over nerf part. Because it takes like 8 hits or something, maybe even longer. To kill like a level 1 farm, I think.
Mountain Troll, it's an orc now activates a cancelable auto heal that heals over time rather than instantly. The thing is, what does it mean it's a cancelable auto heal? Does it mean that you can cancel that heal when he starts healing, or what? Like, I'm not sure what does it mean, but like, it's good change that no longer heals you immediately, but instead it's auto heals you. The same thing should be for Striders, Kingsfoil, as has been discussed previously. Decrease cooldown on Elan Orc from 90 seconds to 45 seconds. I think that's mostly fine, because you know we have overtime. Varix of Khan, increase returnment time from 20 seconds to 25 seconds. It's one of the PG favorite units, and I think the only change they need to do to it was the recruitment time, and I think I would even increase it to 25 seconds.
Nuh-uh.
Okay, buddy. Golden Axeman, increase CP cost from 80 to 90. I guess they are almost semi-heroic units, so that's fine. Golden Cataphracts got nerfed to be in line with other cavalry. Okay. Olokai, increase costs. Sure. great piece of Gorborov decrease goes from words, blah 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 blah, and decrease upgrades. Oh my god.
Huge.
Like, most surprising is the cost of that upgrade. Who thought, like, oh guys, we should need the cost on that one upgrade. Why not change cost of every upgrade? And why change it to 350? Why not change it even more? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe piece of Gorgoroth deserves some sort of rework in the future because currently nobody makes it and it's absolutely pointless and useless. Ground decrease health. I'm pretty sure Mati is happy about this change. Change crash weapon to demolisher crash. Okay, I don't know what that means. Great shield works now. Hits great beast at level 3. Doesn't matter. Morgul beacon increase cooldown from 3 minutes to 5 minutes. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that change. You would really. I mean, in 2v2s, in team games, you would sometimes go for that Morgul beacon and you would use it, and sure, you would get value. But you really rarely go for it in 1v1s, and on top of that, you are nerfing it for some reason. Like, the 3 minutes already feels a bit lengthy. Murder Troll Cage decrease level 3 cost from 1000 to 900. Okay. Okay, so let's jump into Wiki and let's go through Murder. No changes to buildings, sure. I mean, the cost decrease on Troll Cage. Still going? Yeah, we still have a few factions to do. Okay, so it's good that the Orc Warriors didn't receive any changes, they are fine as they are. Barracks of Calm, well deserved, the recruitment time change. Golden Cataphracts and Golden Axemen. I think Golden Axemen are fine, but Golden Cataphracts definitely need some sort of change, maybe not in the stats, but change relating to that tier 2 that unlocks them. 6 fort on wheels, I mean grunt. Mountain Trolls, yeah, nerfed, probably over nerfed. Dramal Trolls, I'm surprised that Dramal Trolls didn't get some sort of nerf because I feel like they are too strong right now. Like, you pay less than 500 for extremely juicy leadership and fear, yeah, like 33, 33, 50 plus fear for I think it's 480 with the Slave Farms price decrease. Olokhain, I think they are fine. Ground Legion Morgul. Oh, what's not fine is new Witch King's Vanguard. I think they are much worse than the old Morgul Vanguard. First of all, the ability got switched and they are simply worse. Like, the old Witch King's Vanguard got what? Huge debuff, cripple, and fear, and those have some absolutely useless ability. Wow, you get armor, but you are a bit slower. Like, really? You decrease enemy armor by 15% for 5 seconds, really? Like, Vanguard glides past enemies like a wind and becomes immune to knockback for 30 seconds. By the way, it means that the Vanguards cannot trample and just ignores unit collision. It'd be cool if it said that, what it does. So they got worse abilities. I don't know how they do stats wise, but they just feel worse. Like, I like to do Morgul Vanguards in 2v2s or like 3v3s. Meanwhile, I did it once. I did the new Witch King's Vanguard once, and I don't think I will do them anymore because they are simply not worth it. They are less than mediocre heroic unit, I feel like.
I think like Gilded Guard, this require huge investment, and you don't get that great unit.
Yeah. On top of that, like, the Morgul Vanguard and the old move Vanguard could fulfill that role the Mordor is struggling with, like fighting heroes. Mordor had huge issue with dealing with heroes, and nothing has changed. Although now it's even worse because you have new Morgul Vanguard, which is no longer as good against heroes as the old Morgul Vanguard was. So there is that. Changes to some hero. Oh, Gorbak probably should get some mini rework. Nothing. There were no changes to him, so I imagine he's as useless as he was before. Nazgul, maybe over nerfed, maybe. I mean, they are their only cavalry de facto, so probably they should be a bit stronger. Shagrat, he no longer has splash, that's good. Gothmog, change his summons so it works like the summons of other heroes. Mouth of Sauron, I don't know why you gave him attack damage debuff. Attack damage debuff on his ambassador. Moloch, sure. Witch King, maybe he should get even more buffs, maybe even more HP, but we will see, although I think it should get more. Spellbook, it looks like the right side of the spellbook is still dominant, like there is barely any reason to go the middle. Like Horn is only good for Variags, but Variags get countered easy but cavalry, so you rarely make them. Then you have Barricade, pretty useless as well. New card the Horde, I don't think as useless as it was, but it's still like under mediocre. The only really good thing in the middle is Darkness, but you need card the Horde of the Barricade. Left side is pretty underwhelming as well, like Ungol trackers are okay, then you have Gathering are useless units to him and you get mediocre summon. That unlocks you units that probably shouldn't be even like unlockable. They should get them simply by leveling up your Easter garrison. Then
And
you
they
have
got
then what?
nerfed. And they got nerfed to those units. As
Yeah,
well.
they got nerfed as well. On top of that, I'm not sure if they changed it, but the autocast ability of Golden Axeman, of that ability, I don't know what's it called, I think no quarters. It's really used. It was really worked, I mean. Like, if you autocasted, let's say, Mordhau Grip on Huskars, then it would work really well. The moment the Huskars goes into combat, they immediately the Mordhau Grip props, right? And if you do the same thing with Golden Axeman, the ability simply doesn't work. It very rarely activates when it's autocasted. So you have to do manually, and it's just extra strain on your micro, which is not necessary. And then you have tier 3 that's anti-hero, but doesn't really kill heroes, so it's amazing. Like, the only good use of that left side of Mordor would be in some very quick paced game. But when there are not many units on the field because they are dying a lot and the heroes are dying a lot, but going into the game, you don't know if that game is going to be very fast paced. So. But yeah, it looks like the right side is still meta, nothing has changed. Okay. What do I think about Slaves of Nur nerf? I will talk about it at the same time with Isengard change. I will take a sip of water.
Find out in next week's episode.
Okay. So Isengard. Industry decreased production from 275 to 200, which is the same thing as Slaves of Nur. And I think it's maybe okay to do it for Mordor, to decrease it to 200%. But there is an issue with Isengard. Isengard has 1, 2, 3 eco powers in its spellbook. And now you'd increase the power of this eco power, and it's kinda on par with, for example, Devastation. Because if you give you extra 100% eco, and if you use it on level 3 farm with extra inflation, you get about what 400 resources per minute from having that industry, and industry lasts for 4 minutes. It doesn't say. Guys, how long does last industry? I think it's 4 minutes.
I think also 4 minutes, but I don't remember.
So if it's 4 minutes, that eco power presuming you use it on that level 3 farm that is slightly inflated, you get 400 resources per minute, which means you get 1600 resources in total from that power, right? Per one use. Guess what gives you similar amount of resources, but instantly? The devastation gives you around it what, like 1200, 1600 resources per one use, and it gives you immediately. So it lasts 5 minutes. Okay, so it gives you like 2000, more than 2000 resources in 5 minutes, but then you have devastation. It gives you something around, like, as I said, 12 to 1600 resources immediately, and you have a problem.
And you can't lose it. And you can't lose it. Like the industry, if you
Yeah, I
place it
cannot
and
lose
lose
it. And you can immediately invest the money you get from devastation, so suddenly you have a problem because those two eco powers are competing, and I think that's fine, because you want the spellbook powers to be competitive and the all of the spellbook be usable. But the thing is, if the devastation gives you almost same amount of money as industry does, but it gives you immediately, then we have a problem. On top of that, Scum of Lockbirds has been buffed substantially, and it needs to be nerfed. And this tier 1 power, Ravens, works almost same as this one. It also gives you vision, but on top of that it gives you debuff. So maybe not in team games, but in my opinion, the new meta in 1v1 will be birds, just to scouts and later to debuff. And then you either go devastation or scouts of Blackbirds, and like you go 2 tiers 2s, and then you go Fishing Rain and you go Karadras, right? I feel this is how we look in 1v1s.
Yeah, I agree.
But we'll see. It's just a theory. So coming back to Mordor, doesn't have same issue, right? Because it doesn't have eco power. But at the same time, those two factions also have lumber mills, and one lumber mill generates around the same amount of resources as uninflated farm, around 250, right? So you build 2 lumber mills for the investment of 700 resources, and then you suddenly get extra 500 resources per minute from 2 lumber mills by investing 700 resources, which I think is better investment than the 10 power points for extra 400 resources per minute for that tier 2, right? So it's kinda the same issue as Rohan. You don't go with that tier 3 buff because it's simply not worth it, because the buff can be replaced with some other eco buff. So, as I said, this is the problem, but in case of Mordor, the right side of the spellbook will still be the meta, just because left side and the middle side is still mediocre or even worse than mediocre in case of the middle of the spellbook. Yeah, so that's it. Where are we? Isengard, okay. Welcome, decrease health from... Yeah, that's good, because the welcome was too tough. Fuel the fire, decrease production bonus from 60% to 55%. That's huge. I don't know why it was even changed in the first place. Scum from Roberts, Horse change to 2 orc warriors, 1 pikeman and 2 archers with fire arrows. Don't forget that hero, whose name I forgot. So you get a bunch of orcs, including pikemen and archers with fire arrows, plus a hero that's anti-hero. That's pretty nuts, considering it's coming from tier 2, and that's definitely one of the things that should be nerfed, and I have no idea how it found its way into 9.0 patch. Sharku decreased Man-Eater got nerfed again, and I don't think I see issue with it. It's very strong, so why not? Sharku, increased cost. I think that's fine as well, especially with the trolls being nerfed, because if you were Isengard facing Mordor or Misty Mountains, you were golden. Not also you were like very well suited to deal with those factions in general, but you also had very cheap mounted hero that would just tear through those trolls. So I think that's not a problem if he's a bit more expensive, because you will get value from him anyway, because quite good. Split splash damage, that's good because he has splash for some reason. I would remove splash entirely, but split is good as well. Sharku removed cavalry, kind of. No idea what does it mean.
I think that must be a mistake.
Okay, Saruman increased cooldown of Krunir Wrath, increased cooldown of Fireball, Seed of Freedar Blast. That's very good because Saruman, when he reaches high level, he's basically a working spellbook, so that's good. Oh look, decrease reinforcement from Saruman duration from 90 seconds to 60 seconds, that's good. Move reinforcements from Saruman requirements from 7 to 8, that's good. Reinforcements from Saruman now includes Mahuret level 10. Age of the Ring has issue with heroes, so what Age of the Ring does, it adds another hero to the game, why not? But to their defense, I already did use reinforcements from Saruman at level 10, and that hero doesn't come with any ability, luckily, but it's still a hero and I don't think he should be there. We remove cavalry kind of because giant bats deal excessive damage to Sharku. Huh. Okay. The thing I don't like that there are no changes to the orcs, the Ugluk summons, because they're extremely tough and they deal a lot of damage, so those should be changed, but there are no change, unfortunately.
I'm back.
Mahur is basically a berserker, stated unit from a summon. I don't like it's almost berserker-like unit.
Did we talk already how bastards come from Luxburg's new summoners?
Just
Yes.
listed.
It's so busted. It's so stupid.
You drank anything?
No, I'm just tired.
Bro, say.
Haven't drink coffee yet.
Lords move Creeper from level 4 to level 5, good. Decrease Creeper maximum range. I don't know, I think the range should stay the same. It's a bit counterintuitive that his Creeper range is shorter than his bow range. Decrease Creeper pen duration from 15 to 10, that's good. Leader of the Hunt now gives armor at level 1 and damage at level 4. That's good, because when you get lures you probably have Uruk scouts and not fighting Uruk-hai, which means those Uruk scouts won't benefit as much from the armor. And they deal a lot of damage already, so that's good. Increased cost. Was that really necessary if you are already nerfing him that much? Increase Crow banner debuff radius from 100 to 150. To be fair, I'm not sure how much does it change. I know it's like 50% change, but like in reality in game, how much will it influence? I don't know. Uruk-hai Pac-Man decrease health from 300 to 290. It's a weird change. Fighting Uruk-hai increase health, fighting Berserker increase cost, sure, fighting Berserker increase damage. Funny enough, Berserkers still deal more damage than most heroes in the game. I think they should deal even less damage. Decrease splash radius from 10. Decrease splash radius to 10 from 15. I think they should deal like 7.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yikes, they had 15? Oh my god.
Decrease speed from 60 to 55. Iron Fist now grants movement speed from 55 to 60. Increased upgrades, splash radius, damage to all the values, Uruk-hai, increase fixed skin cost. Now additionally grants improved crash armor to all the values. Okay, that was interesting. Now additionally grants improved crash armor to all the values, but it doesn't say that the crash armor has been decreased. Okay. So Berserkers were broken, everyone knows that. Apparently they are still very powerful and you can get them back in the way with the upgrades, right? They are still not limited. And that's really it. Yeah, I think their base stats should be lower. they should be limited, and as well it shouldn't grant improved crash armor to odd values. If you really decrease the crash value, because you should have, then you shouldn't give it upgrade that returns the crash armor to odd values. Because in 8.3.1 berserkers were unkillable by trample. Like cavalry had to stop and attack them with their normal attacks to kill a berserker.
And then they hit the cav back and half the cav battalion dies instantly and...
I don't know, so it was decreased and basically asked to purchase from the ability? Wait, so... Wait, I'm not sure if I understand. So this upgrade now gives you old crash armor or not? The idea is that berserkers basically have low stats and regainable abilities, but they don't have low stats. That's the issue. Like, this motherfucker deals more damage than most heroes in the game and has better splash than them.
I mean, I like the idea that they require more investment, but... Yeah.
I said
I
loss,
think they
not
need
low.
limiting.
Okay.
I think them and handmaidens just need limiting. Like 5 or something.
Okay, so with fighting Urkago Pac-Man, I don't know why. I know they're one of the cost-efficient Pac-Man in the game, but I think like Isengard relies on their basic tier 2 units for the entirety of the game, so maybe the tier 2 units should be like pretty decent. I don't know why decreased health. Fighting Urkai, increased health. This I don't know why they increase health fighting Urkai, because I already very good swordsman and very cost efficient. So yeah. Fighting Urukai Berserkers changes. I think they should be nerfed more. Fighting Urukai buff of health. Not sure why, and I'm not sure why the pikeman got decreased. Anyway, Manslayers. The abilities have been moved. That good, and they got the heroic unit treatment. So apparently now they are pretty decent, but we'll have to see. Manslayers no longer gain fear and terror resistance level 2, so I imagine they gained that at level 5, that's fine. Limited Manslayers from 3 to 2. Okay. Bark Riders increased cost from 225 to 450. That's a bad change. That is a bad change. Like, Work Riders are glass cannons, and to fully benefit, they have to get Sharku. To have to get Sharku to give them leadership and heavy armor and so on and so forth. So I don't know why they simply been nerfed with the cost increase. Decrease elaborated damage, sure. The decrease speed, just like cavalry, sure. Work Sentry, increase cost from 350 to 400. I mean, it needed some kind of nerf, so why not just increase the cost of it? Isengard Shield Bearers now grant broadsheet buff in and out formation. That's a good change. Because why would you make that extra unit that you have to find in your army, then click ability to get little bit of armor in a small radius? Like,
and they look exactly the same as all the other.
Yeah, you would have to hotkey them under like separate control group, and it was annoying, not worth the effort. Yeah, it's a good change. Landing Outriders decrease. Okay. So the cavalry treatment, landing Huskars decrease limit from 3 to 2. I have no idea why. They are not even heroics. They are semi-heroics. So the only good unit in Dunland got nerfed because they are limited to 2 now. Weird. Sharku is nerfed. His ability got nerfed. His cost has been increased. Huruk Pit, decrease level 3 cost from 1000 to 800, good, that was too expensive. Burning Forges decreases discount from 25 to 20, that's good, you get extremely high discount on the Wisdom of Kurunir anyway. So Isengard. Surprisingly, no changes to Uruk Scout. I think the range DPS should be decreased, probably by decreasing the hit chance, because they have 90% hit chance, which is even higher than I think most of the elite archers, or the average elite archers. So that should be done. Fighting Urukai, they got extra HP. I'm not sure why. They're already excellent infantry, and on top of that, they benefit from those shield wall changes. They no longer get debuffed by their shield wall, which is good. Urukai crossbowmen, they are fine. Pikemen, they got nerfed, not sure why. Shield bearers, good change, now they are usable. Berserkers should be nerfed more. Sappers, hookers, Urukai manslayers, usable, question mark. Wildmen of Dalnand, the Wildmen are fine. Work riders, no idea why the price got increased. They should be buffed or the price should be decreased. It looks like downlands have been untouched for the most part, which means downlands still won't be used at all, because why would you use it, right? Also, the landing Cascars, which are probably the only good unit from downland, got limited to 2. Bruh. Damn, this field is still going? Yep, someone, it is still going. But we only have to do 3 more factions. Warthog. I think Warthog increased to his backstab at level 1. He barely does any damage. I think it says he does high damage melee attack that also points the targeted enemy, but the attack he does with that ability is exactly the same damage he does with his normal attack, but on top of that it only poisons an enemy. Like, this one should be buffed probably, his initial attack. Ugluk is fine. He got... By the way, speaking of Ugluk, yeah, his damage got nerfed, that's good, but he wasn't nerfed too much, so that's good. His summon wasn't nerfed, unfortunately, the stats of the units he summoned. Halfway there, actually I missed some of it. Can we start over? If you ask nicely, you can start over. Lourdes, surely he deserves some nerfs, but maybe the range on the cripple was not necessary, as well the price increase. The problem with Isengard is, like, you got 2 support heroes, Warthog and Ugluk, and then you get Lourdes, which is like your proper hero you wanna get, right? You don't wanna get Warthog and Ugluk first. Maybe very rarely you want to get Warthog first, so your first, like, proper hero kinda needs to be good, right? Of course, sometimes you want Sharku, but Sharku is different story because he is mounted hero. Wolfgar is fine as he is, although maybe... Yeah, maybe his armor for the landings and wildmen should be changed to 100 and not 200. Although it's still level 10, so maybe it's fair. Oh, definitely his birds needs to be nerfed. The damage to heroes, because they did absurd damage to heroes. If the birds get a chance and they are attacking heroes for the entirety time of their duration, they could easily kill at least 2 heroes from full HP to 0 HP. He's getting more loose tongue the longer it goes on. Yeah, unfortunately. Saruman got nerfed, that's good because he's a walking spellbook. I mostly covered the spellbook of Isengard, so that's fine. The only thing is, like, the anti-building tier 4 still didn't get any changes, they are still mediocre, that needs to change. Misty Mountains.
I feel like most of the anti-building tier 4s are very underwhelming, even the tier 3 Wither.
The good anti-building abilities are the ones that also are good against units and heroes. So Fire Sword doing Flood is so bizarre.
But the only anti-building ones are really bad in my opinion. They don't do enough damage to buildings, and that's their only job. But that's just separate. Sorry, I'm probably dragging this on.
And 1 minute more or less. Misty Mountains. Frozen Waves duration decreased. That's good because it was lasting too long. Like, terrain tier 1 is very strong. It needs to be nerfed. The crows never had flyer bug because they didn't share the same weapon time with Fellbeast and Eagles. Okay, so Frozen Waste, most importantly, no longer grants 50% experience, which is good because In the rare occasion when the Snowworks snowball out of control, that's the main reason why they snowball out of control, because they get that 50% experience gains and they get passive tier 2, and then you are in very bad spot as the opponent of Misty Mountains. Trollish 2, decrease forbidden object range from 80 to 50. That's good, because when they over-nerfed the Trollish 2 back in the days by decreasing the aggro range of trolls, they made it also that it's extremely difficult to place. Now they didn't change the aggro range of trolls, but at least they made it easier to place, which is, I think, the fair deal. They are coming. Now summons 4 Moria Orcs and Cave Troll Destroyer, which costs 50 CP but can go over CP limit. That's interesting that it can ignore the CP limit, although it costs CP. So it's definitely better than the old one. So it's the second rework they are coming is getting, and maybe it's finally usable. It's being used quite a lot from what I'm seeing in the patch 9.0, so they are coming. That's unfortunate for PP. Yeah, they are coming, and Cave Troll Destroyer in one sentence, in one power. That cannot be coincidence. Bulk, the Piñata of the North. Increased health, good. Growing health and unlock at level 1. Consecutive crits his second. So some sort of buffs to Bulk, sure, good. Although I don't know if he's still worth it, the price tag. Probably should cost as much as Celeborn or Galadir, 350. Focus fire on that Cave Troll Destroyer. Are you sure, Matthew, you are the fan of the Bulk and not Great Goblin, because there are two different heroes? Walking spellbook Piñata of the North. Yeah, it looks like Bulk is still kinda trash, unfortunately. Less trash than he was, but... Okay, Urshak, decrease cave damage. I don't know if it means that he can no longer one-shot level 1 farms.
He can't.
He can't?
No, not one shot. It's very low, but it's not a one shot.
That's good, because you could just one-shot the gun one level immediately from it. Now, Urshak debuff got splitted. That's good, because it was extremely strong at level 1. That's good. Decrease Musgash, decrease that's good. I didn't even know Musgash had base splash. I never noticed it. I only thought it has splash on the Spitted Blade. That's interesting. But it's good that it's removed. Lag, decrease range damage versus... Decrease range damage with 75% scale versus cavalry. So it got scalar versus cavalry, but considering his low attack speed on knife throw, I don't think it was necessary. I got Fimbul, decrease hatred of the free fork buff from 100 to 50-50. That's good, because 100% was absurd.
I'm so sad. I'm so upset.
Split splash damage, that's good. Decrease White Wolf or Forfeit Carsh range from 100 to 100. Cooldown, decrease cooldown. Yeah, that's good, although I wonder if there will be any problems with casting White Wolves or Foro Shell, but I think we'll be fine with radius of 225. Create a new experience level for mountain orc infantry between evil troops where there were and evil elites. So I imagine they feed less? They feed less and maybe they level up quicker? I'm not sure.
I think more, right? I think they feed more and we need more XP. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so there is new something between evil troops and evil elite, okay. So debuffs to the snow orcs, that's not good. I mean nerfs to snow orcs, they're not good. Warrior Catcher, increase poison arrow scale versus monster from 50 to 55 damage. That's huge. It probably should
Marty
be.
will agree.
It should be increased to like 70 at least, because it's this like it barely does anything. You have this anti-monster ability on the archer, and back in the day, it barely it did like maybe 20% of the troll's health. Really? I don't know. But nobody makes more arrow catchers except Mati, so probably that's fine. It doesn't matter. Archers that have no range. Yep. Mountain giants are now available without Brute of the North and are limited to 2. Brute of the North upgrade at limit from 2 to 5. Wow. And they still cost a lot. What is it? 1400? Nobody makes them.
But they're siege. Why don't they cost similar to other siege? Who knows?
Yeah. It's okay versus Misty Troll. I use it versus Pool in Pinnacle Canyon. I mean, Trolls got nerfed, so I can see that maybe the buffing the scaler wasn't that necessary. But still, Trolls aren't the only monster in this game, so I think that scaler should be increased even more anyway. They should be same as Ants. I agree. Giant ration. Increase Tomb Radius from 70 to 80 and damage from 200 to 250. It's still this. It doesn't do anything still. And giants are still useless. Please do something about them. Gundabat Snow Trolls. Decrease upgrade special debuff. That's good. That means they are not as slow. They were too slow. Increase price from 900 to 1000. That's good. Like basic Gundabat Troll is very good. Remove structural splash attack from weapon while fixed skill is active. That means they still have splash with normal attacks, because I'm pretty sure against buildings, because I'm pretty sure they have.
I think they do still have splash, but I think when their ability, what is it, like level 3 or something?
A free, yeah.
Yeah, I think they have no splash when they use that now, is what it's saying.
Oh, okay. So, well, I gotta go back
I
to
think
work.
that's what it's saying, unless I don't understand it, but...
I don't know, Poro. Those giants die to anything and they barely do anything, so I don't know. Exactly, Ushak only buffs speed. He doesn't buff stats.
Storm rail.
Snow Trolls decrease color versus 8 infantry from 150 to 175. So instead of one-shotting my upgraded Easterlings, there will be one-shotting my upgraded Easterlings. That's good.
Literally.
Amazing change.
Can I add that to the lines of stuff that you said today? 1 second.
Working spellbook, Pinata of the North. He's gathering all useless units to him. What else? So instead of one-shotting my upgraded Easterlings, they'll be one-shotting my elite Easterlings. Yeah, it's surprised that Snow... I know the Snow Trolls were not meta in 1v1s in 8.3.1 because of the Archers heroes and Cavalry. But goddamn, this unit is so broken. I don't think there is any other unit that can kill enemy units as fast as Snow Trolls in this game.
They instantly kill Uzbadul and all the other heroic units and stuff. Like, they annihilate them.
I am pretty sure they don't insta-kill Uzbadul, but like they one-shot
Oh, I mean, almost.
two-shot almost everything else.
Yeah.
And they have splash on their range attack, amazing. Cave Troll, decrease pierce armor from 80 to... it should be more, because tier 1 archers barely do anything to trolls. Cold Drake, increase experience requirements. This bad boy could get level 3 with two sweeps. Or swoops. Sweeps. 2 attacks, I don't know. Giant Bats added 85% scalar to specialist weapon against heroic calf that they don't have dismounted option. Okay, so... scalar to specialist weapon. Okay, so bats do specialist weapon, I think, against heroic cavalry. Don't have the... Okay, so they basically do less damage to dogs. Okay, that's good. Giant bats added scalar to specialist weapon against heroic cavalry who have a dismounted option. Okay, so yeah, that's fair. Giant bats decrease carry versus monsters. Bats, I don't know. Bats don't do that much damage to monster. I think, if I remember correctly.
Maybe it's because of the fell beast. They annihilate fell beast.
I think monster and flyer is something different in game code. So.
Ah, okay.
I did a specific 425 scalar to battle wagon from 1000 to machines.
So they don't do bonus damage to Grond anymore?
Yeah, so I know the carrion feeder from Harad barely does anything to like machines, right? But I very rarely saw giant bats fight battle wagons and anything else because nobody make giant bats, because why would you make giant bats, right? So I believe those changes are good, right?
I think the issue with all the little flyers, carrion, giant bats, blah blah blah, is they just die so easily. Like, it's nice if you can catch them out off guard and they have no range units with them right now, but like one archer unit can just kill them. Or if you have one ranged hero or something.
It's fine with a bird, but it's wrong with a bat. You pay 750, I think, for bat, and it requires reverse troll cage. It's so expensive for no reason. So.
Wait, how much does the bird cost?
350, I think.
Oh, okay, that's quite cheap then. Yeah, that makes more sense for the bird, but for the bat, no.
And both of those units absolutely annihilate cavalry. So. The only thing is, like, bat can survive maybe 3 more volleys from archers. Work pack decrease damage from 60 to 55. I know it's to keep them in line with other cavalry, but they are such an abysmal cavalry unit.
Let them have something.
Gundabat Wolf Riders decrease from cost from 650 to 600. I don't think anyone will make them anyway, they're pretty bad.
I tried them and they're still not good.
White Wolves increase cost from 700 to 750, and they've been debuffed a lot, nerfed a lot. White Wolves decrease damage from 220 and added scale versus heroes, and decrease scale versus structures from 60 to 60. Okay, Poro, you gotta remember that they cost extra because of the day shift. It's night shift for bats and yeah.
And also because Batman.
Oh, that's so good, Poro. Okay, so Misty Mountains mid-game and end-game condition gets nerfed twice, both in cost and in damage. In my opinion, it should be one on the other. I don't know which one, because I would prefer to balance units with their price and not with their stats, so people don't have to rerun the unit's performance. But maybe it would be just better to decrease damage instead of just increasing cost and just doing this one thing, instead of doubling down on that nerf.
I mean, it's already like 20 plus % base damage decrease and then scalar decrease as well.
Yeah. Box bodyguard. Increase pierce armor. That's good because they were dying a lot, and I think they are still dying a lot, but at least they are killing heroes. Box bodyguard. Increase CP. That's fair. Decrease intimidation debuff from 2520 to 25. That's good because debuffs on heroes and heroics are huge, so I don't mind the debuff being smaller. Ordinary brutes. Increase damage from 40 unupgraded to 45 unupgraded. The issue is with Mountain Orc Pikemen is not their damage, it's their price. They cost 375, and I'm pretty sure the Bardings, which are cheaper, are better than them. And Glorian's Pikemen are very close to them, and they are still much cheaper. So, like, Don't decrease their damage. Nobody is going to throw pikemen at enemy unit and expects them to win. Pikemen are there to just prevent enemy cavalry from trampling their units, so just fucking decrease their price already. Like, if you are hesitant, decrease it to 350, but I would say 325 will do it. Mountain Orc Stasher decrease cost from 400 to 375. That's good because they were losing and they are still losing to 350 cost units, so that's good. Although Misty Orc, those Snow Orcs have snowball potential with that level 2 ability, so I think that level 2 snowball it is justifying some extra 25 resources. Because like, if not for that ability, I think they should cost 350, but 375 is fine. Mountain Orc Slasher instead of a mountain is better. It basically reverted the nerfs because in the past it was 25, now it's again 25. Mountain Orc Scout decreased build time from 25 to 35. I don't think anybody will bother with them anyway. And good about Berserkers, decreased command points from 100 to 90. I remember Fina was, I don't know exactly what he said, but this was almost like announcing a great hybrid unit rework. And the only thing they did was to decrease CP from 100 to 90. That's it. They changed nothing else with Gunabad Berserkers. Brother. And then War Summons increase cooldown, that's good. Infestation, decrease upgrade cost, that's good. Rank Wyrmler now heal Fire Drakes and Cold Drakes. That's cool because level 3 Wyrmler barely had any use outside of that quicker production. Moria Orc Cave, decrease cost from 350 to 325. That's huge, in my opinion, that's good. Like, Moria Orcs are not as good as they are in 202 just because you get easier access to cavalry in Age of the Ring, so why not making caves cheaper? Mountain Orc Lodge, increased cost from 350 to 375. I don't understand that change. Snow Orcs are suffering. So why would you increase the lodge cost? On top of that, if you want to make archers, you probably want to make third Orc Lodge. So that's a lot of lodges and you increase the price of them. Mountain Orc Lodge increased cost of level 3 upgrades from 600 to 800. So why would you do it? I know the Gunda, the Borg's bodyguards are better than they were because of the heroic unit changes. But like, Gunabad Berserkers still are bad, so why would you increase it to 800? Maybe like 700, maybe don't change it at all. Yeah, debuff smaller, but I think they benefit more from that, from the increase in numbers. They gained more than they lost. This is what I'm trying to say. Also, you can interrupt me, Havoc. You don't have to write it on chat. Havoc?
No, I feel rude then.
Yeah. Ah, Misty Mountains.
I just think the mountain orcs are still just not good. I don't know.
Okay, so maybe instead of going through buildings, let's go through units. Okay, so problem with mountain orcs is such that they're extremely expensive, and I think Misty Mountains is the only faction that cannot pump out the units from 2 production buildings on 4 farms. That is the slashers and pikemen, right? Because they are so bloody expensive, you barely have cash to make those units simultaneously from 2 buildings, and then you barely have money for any expansion. And because you don't have any money for those things, then you don't even have money to make a cavalry, for example. Also, your level 1, tier 1 cavalry on Misty Mountains is pretty bad. Yeah, it's cheap, but it's bad. I would rather have something that can do some basic trampling, but the work part can barely trample. So usually with Snow Orcs, you just play with Snow Orcs without cavalry support, without archer support, because you would have to build a Moria Orc cave to get Moria Orc archers, but they suck anyway, so you will not get it. And if you wanted to get the Snow Orc scouts, you would have to build a third lodge, right? To get archers, because from the first and second lodge, you want to get swordsmen and pikemen, right? Especially pikemen, like to protect your archers and your swordsmen. That means you barely have any money to do anything else, even if you have money to get those archers to begin with, and you are not getting those archers to begin with because you have like better way of investing cash, for example, in hero. So what I'm trying to say, you are very limited in your tactical possibilities when you are playing snow orcs because you simply don't have money for anything else. So when you play Moria orcs, that's better, you have money because they are very cheap, right? But the thing is that in Age of the Ring, cavalry is very accessible to most factions, and those factions that don't have cavalry kinda have ways of dealing with spam, like Harad can deal very well with Moria orc spam, with the Harad with the tribal spam, or even Mahouts, why not? The dwarves from Erebor, the guardians, are almost unkillable to the Moria's creatures. And yeah, so you spamming goblins, enemy is spamming cavalry, you are getting deleted, you have to wait for pikemen. Those pikemen of yours are very expensive. If you are making four goblin hordes for 400, then you add orc pikemen for 375. That means your one control group almost costs 800. That's very expensive. And it probably means you don't have cavalry, or you have very poor cavalry in forms of war packs, which means you can get outplayed by your opponent, because your opponent is allowed not only to do cavalry, but he's only allowed to do archers, and he's also allowed to spam only swordsmen because you don't have cavalry. So you simply got outplayed because your opponent has more possibilities than you. And that is the issue with Misty Mountains. The best start for Misty Mountains for April 3.1 was Trolls versus most factions. I think the only time we would not go Troll would be against Isengard and what else? Isengard and Woodrem, right? But now, because Trolls got nerfed, it's probably bad idea to go Trolls in any of the matchups, right? So from, let's say, 3 bad starts on Misty Mountains, Moria Orcs, Snow Orcs, Work Pack, you had 4th start, which was Troll start was good, and now every start as Misty Mountains is kinda bad. This is like my initial impression and my predictions for the future of the patch. Because like, I haven't played that much 1v1s, only played 2, but I've seen some of them, and I've seen a lot of Misty Mountains, and I think the Misty Mountains has exactly the same issue the Misty Mountains had in 8.3.1.
I am curious though, because I'm pretty sure, I don't know who it was it Tina or Pool or someone said that Misty was doing very, very well in their testing, so I wonder what they found. Like, I want to hear from them, maybe if they're in the chat or something, like what did they find out from when they played Misty, because I'm not seeing it.
Everyone was agreeing that Misty Mountain is very good in beta testing. I think when it was Cave was 300, yeah, because it was changed. Okay, so Gundabad Berserkers, they needed change. They don't suck, but they are bad, right? The only leadership they get is from bad hero, which is Bulk. Nothing changed in that regard. It's 8.3.1 again, right? The only change they got was 10 CP. Like, preferably, like, maybe increase their stats or decrease their price to 700. Bulk's bodyguards are fine. Gundabad Wolf Riders still suck. Something needs to be done about them. Cave Trolls probably over nerfs. Snow Trolls still broken, but not in the meta probably, although Archer heroes will be not as prevalent, I imagine. Giant Bats, still no point of making them as they are extremely expensive. Gundabad Snow Trolls, I mean, they were always good, and I think they still will be good even with price increase. Mountain Giants, still useless. Death of Arnor, I would have to touch on tier 2. Death of Arnor are as good as were, nothing changed. Firewim, nothing changed. Cold Drake, maybe it won't level up to level 3 with just few hits. Goblin Town Warriors doesn't matter. Castles doesn't matter. Okay, so now we talk about that tier 2 of and the units you get from the Ruin of Angmar. So, if you are Misty Mountains in 8.3.1 and you somehow manage to survive early game, Your win condition was White Wolves and Gonfimble. First of all, like Ruins of Angmar was the only decent tier 2 of Angmar 8.3.1. It's arguably probably still the only decent one, although they are coming. It's probably definitely better than it was. The question is it like decent in like from objective point of view and not from the point of view of Misty Mountain's spellbook. So you had this win condition of Misty Mountains that now got nerfed, right? Confibor got nerfed, which is okay, they deserve to be nerfed, but White Wolves I think got nerfed too much, right? Not only in cost, but also in the damage. I think they should do one of the other, not both of them at time. And Kunda and Misty Mountains didn't really get anything in return in late game. The only thing they got was the new Pork's bodyguard, right? Due to the heroic changes. The Gundabad Berserker still looks like they are pretty bad. The bulk looks like still will be pretty bad. And which basically means Misty Mountains will still be without late game units. You just random bullshit go. And from what I could observe for the week of the patch, since the release of the patch, it looks like Misty Mountains is going for the meta, the same meta I was doing with Misty Mountains in 2v2s. That means spam goblins, shit out as many goblins as you can, get to tier 4, and then get some White Wolves, get some Death of Arnor, and then get that rush those good bad snow trolls and just throw monsters an enemy and those expendable chip goblins an enemy, and yeah, get some heroes here and there. And
I'm back.
And that basically means like nothing has changed for Misty Mountains. Like apparently Misty Mountains did very well in beta testing, but I would really like to see how Misty Mountains will do in the long run in 9.0. We have to see. One thing that will definitely buff Misty Mountains, the thing I have not talked about, is the delay the stack fix that's been implemented in 9.0.3. But I think I will talk about it at the end, unless I forget about it. So, not much has changed with Misty Mountains, although apparently it's very good right now. I don't think so, but I really would have to play and see how it goes.
How many factions are left? Because I was gone for like 1 hour.
Gone 2, Harat and DG.
Damn.
Speaking of spellbook, I mean their tier 1s are still very good, even the nerf Frozen Ground will be Frozen Waste will be still very good. Soup probably got kind of fixed, so maybe you can plant it in front of enemy barracks, then of course you have amazing Watcher. Scavenger, I don't think there's my point of going to Scavenger because no change have been made to it, although the duration is very lengthy. They're coming definitely is better than it was in previous patch, although how good it is in general, it's probably like maybe B tier power, maybe low A tier power looks like. Ruins of Angmar got nerfed because of their win condition of White Wolves got nerfed. And nothing changed with Worm. Worm still has huge issues with targeting, so it's not worth to go for it. Watcher of course amazing. The White Winter is amazing. Nothing changed with Dragon Strike, which is IT buildings tier 4. It's not still. I mean, if you are desperate, you can go for it, but it's not worth it. Like Balrog was fine, so no wonder no changes there. And I think that's it for Misty Mountains. DG. I'm pretty sure at this point of my age of the career that Dolgodur is an adventure faction that is trying to be forced into that competitive PvP setup, because sorry, but DG doesn't work. No, in 9.3.1 nobody was pre-picking DG. I don't think anybody will still pre-pick DG because it plays exactly the same way as it did in 8.3.1, but now it's simply weaker. This faction doesn't work, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe I should go start and read the changelog first.
Can I do a little bit?
Yes, go for it.
Okay, so don't follow the lights. I mean, it was amazing. It was busted, so it's a fair change because you can stack 2 stuns with each other, which was very cool, and was one of the many mechanics of Dol Guldur of stunning, slowing, and killing enemy army. So that's a good change. Works, the scalar to heroes means absolutely fucking nothing. They still melt early heroes, and you still get a hero kill most of the times with works. Another issue is that when the trample stops, they simply go through the pikes, they do not take damage, and then they still kill the hero, because they are not dying from the trample because it ends too fast.
Mm-hmm.
You changed the screen.
Yeah, because I was writing back to Mati.
Ah, okay. Health change is also a good change. Structure scalar. Yeah, I guess. I mean, usually what you used to use works to kill heroes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the Lash summon people used to very defend it that it's a good fucking tier 4, and then we see it get buffed, so I don't know what's the fucking clue.
Yeah, we went from trash tier 4 to slightly less trash tier 4, excuse me. I already use it, it's still bad, so...
I'm back.
Do you wanna continue, Drazner, or...?
Yes, Frame the Broken, decrease damage, good, because this guy is one-shotting early troops, and sometimes even early cap, which is silly for the hero that costs only 300. And decrease duration of no escape. Yeah, sure, whatever. Wait, I need to. Okay, you can continue for a bit. I want to do Crimple and Kargas.
Mm-hmm. So interrupt me when I'm next to Crimple and Kargas, because probably I'll forget. So Camel speed splash, that's good. Camel decrease mounted speed from 115 to 110, so still more than Nazgul's, but he's Camel, so why not? Necromancer, speed splash damage. Speed splash, decrease scalar versus heroes. Why the fuck Necromancer had 200% scalar against heroes?
I just
Good
read that.
idea.
Why?
Because it's lore accurate that Necromancer can kill, all those,
Yeah.
Hey, listen,
guys.
when I watched The Hobbit, he got beat up, okay?
Real. Because he didn't get level 5 yet.
Yeah. Well, he did. He got banished. He got sent in little ghost mode.
Hey, true.
Okay, so speed splash, good. Decrease damage versus hero, very good. Very good. Necromancer, split leadership, that's also good. And Necromancer abhorrent regret now rents warriors from Barrow at level 5 instead of level 8. Wow! Increase roll the wolf cooldown from 2 minutes to 2 minutes 30 seconds. Decrease reft and flame damage from 1000 to 600. So issue with Necromancer is you get him too early, he stomps. You get him too late, he gets stomped. And I don't think he will do any stomping right now when you get him early with the split to slash damage and nerf to hero damage and split leadership. But the issue is he will still suck when you get him too late in the game, and that's generally the issue with Necromancer.
Usually his late game value is just his leadership, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I think that is it. Increase lot of wolves cooldown. I think that's good because you could get spiders, Kamul, and those works running around, so that's good. Decrease the damage from the flame, that's also good because it was deleting your army. I think it still deletes your army with 600 flame damage. Necro is slow, so you can't commit into him and relevant fight unless you are sure to win. Exactly.
Puero plays this game for like a fucking week, and he gets so many of concept right so easily and so early on.
This guy had at least 200 IQ. I swear to that.
It's like Age of the Ring prodigy right there.
Okay, Grimpool and Kargas.
Okay, so Creeple is a kind of the hero that when you look at him, you don't see anything busted. He's like, okay, he summons spikes, he summoned the jail, so he like supports your early, gameplay with a little bit of dark presence. But the numbers about him are absolutely busted. Splash for early hero, stupid as fuck. Imprison that lasts ages, stupid as fuck. and a summon of pikes that basically allow you to just make shutdowns of broken rubble. Him, go and push, and when the cavalry comes, you just summon pikes. So all of those changes are basically like cheese.
How busted he was.
Yeah, fixing the cheese. Same with Kargas, right? And I like the new change to Battle Lord. I think it's like, it's okay. It's not busted, but at least it's usable.
Mm-hmm.
I think that like covers those two heroes. Just stuff that was so overtuned, so overpowered is fixed.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They're still good heroes.
I would just like to point out that Dark Awakening basically got changed to work like the Golden King's level 10, and was my suggestion. Senefra, increase health, nobody cares, there are much better heroes to make. Orc Ravagers were absolutely busted, and now they're getting nerfed. Funny, decrease health from 1000 to 920, so they had 8000 HP. Now they have what? Someone can do the math on that. Still like 8000 HP.
8% less.
Okay. So that's not much considering how much HP they have. And decrease damage, not too much, 110 to 105. Decrease structure damage, scalar, blah blah blah. From 300 to 135. That's so absurd. They have 300.
300, man. 300.
Who put those numbers in there? I don't know. Orc Ravagers, decrease slash armor from 88 to 95, so that's actually big. So the Orc Ravagers have a lot of HP because they have shitty armor, but now on top of that their armor is even worse. So maybe we are going somewhere with those changes, you know? Decrease pierce armor from 33 to 40, decrease cavalry armor from 60 to 70, decrease crush armor, blah blah blah. Okay, so will be they fine? I think considering their stats, they will be still a little bit too cheap, but they are decaying, so I don't know, maybe it's fair for them to cost 600.
Can I say something for
Yes.
Ravages? Why do they still have trample with no revenge damage? Like, it's the dumbest thing ever. They can walk over your army and then splash it all to death, especially with Stuckfix. Like, Beyondings take revenge damage. Why do Ravages not? It's like wild.
So first of all, they take revenge damage, but it's quite often very buggy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, those are swordsmen, and revenge damage is specialist damage, and swordsmen have good anti-pike damage. Berserkers are monsters, so they take good pike damage. So this is why Ravagers don't care. One of the reasons the Ravagers don't care about pikes, why Berserkers are getting one-shotted by them.
I see.
But I must say, those tramples of Ravagers are very buggy, and to be fair, they even shouldn't be there in the first place. Because as you said, they can just trample in and then splash.
Mm-hmm. And especially with Stuckfix now, like, you can wipe out an entire army, and they can't even hit back. Like, they literally just get trampled on the floor and then squashed over the head with a big fucking axe that does 300%.
Also, they delete heroes.
Yes.
And by the way, Black Wind ability duration increased from 10 to 20 seconds. That's good because that lasted for a very low amount of time. Unburied Wild, not spawn unburied remains upon Black Wind, and after 60 seconds remains spawn unburied Wild unless the remains are destroyed. So they're basically working like Entwives. Will it change anything? Not really. The big change is the maximum debuffs they can get. Decreased biting cold debuffs from 10% at level 1 to 30 at level 5. That's good because it was broken. You would get minus 50% armor and damage and level 5 to every enemy around them. That was stupid. Broken Rubble. Isn't that spawn from Broken Rubble? Now move at dwarf speed 45. Interesting.
Good.
Yeah,
but I have a question. What? If the Risen Dead spawned from Rabble can have different stats to normal Risen Dead, then why not just change the stats of the Risen Dead that spawned from Broken Rabble, you know?
But they did. They changed it to 25.
Well, only the speed, but they could have changed. I don't know. They could have changed so much more. They could have done so much more interesting things with this, in my opinion, than just speed. Like they could have left Risen Dead speed, in my opinion.
But look at this, Havoc. Broken Rubble. Increases experience requirements, which basically means they no longer get level 2 by destroying one farm. Which is
Rail.
amazing change. Great. Because that was ridiculous for many reasons. On top of that, they got that speed nerf, which is good. Castellans of Dol Guldur now grant direct presence. I don't think it will change anything in reality. Castellans costs more CP.
It looks like a healthy change because you get a very solid unit that gives you direct present, and that's what you need, especially in 1v1. But it would be even better if transforming to Risen Dead, which is basically a level 1 ability of the tower, would be very useful. And I think it's not very useful because it dies to archers, it dies to cavalry, and almost every faction at the point when you have Broken Rubble already have a measure to counter Risen Dead. So you made this building that is very expensive, you get nothing from it, you upgrade to level 2, and then only then you can make a single unit that gives you ability to not die before you enter enemy's base.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be much better if you get more value from level 1 Spire, in my opinion.
It would be interesting if they move the Castellans down to level 1, nerf them, make them cheaper, and have them more able to be move around the map and without decay. Because it's improved now, like at least you have the option, but it's still like the investment you have to put in to get a Castellan, like you might as well just get Necro, I feel like.
Yeah.
Spellbrutes decrease damage because cavalry and decrease speed because cavalry, but increase structure scale from 62 to 70 to compensate for the damage changes. I don't know why they decrease damage. I mean, they decrease damage because of the cavalry nerf in general, but they increase structure scale to 70, which means why cavalry in general gets nerfed. It means the Spellbrute stays the same. Wasn't the point of cavalry nerf to make them worse at harassing? Right.
Mm.
So that's weird. Tanafra Sisters. Huge nerfs to Sisters for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know who've been making that unit. I think the only people that have been consistently making these units are me and Shrek. Shrek doesn't play anymore, unfortunately. So I have no idea who thought it's a good idea to hit them so hard with the nerfs. I think like only once I saw Nosy do it, and then some random people. But other than that, nah. So they got nerfed while Spellbrutes stayed the same. The problem is everyone, I mean not everyone, but a lot of people are running with Spellbrute around, destroying buildings with venomous sacks, with Camul leadership, and they are basically almost unstoppable. While those things, like, I know it's maybe like preventive measure for people, like in the future, if that happens to be a problem, but from my experience, like, spamming Sinafra Sisters wasn't as like dangerous as Spellbrute, let's say, with Camul, right? And still you have to need like at least 3 sisters to consistently start deleting farms.
That's a good point about spiders plus Venomset plus Camul. It's almost like you don't need a tier 2 cavalry most of the time.
Yep, it is the meta. Digi suffered more from the Cav nerfs, so it is slight adjustments there.
DG suffers more. Just cut it here. DG suffered more.
It suffers so much the units are decaying on the move.
Well,
It's
spiders
probably
though.
unchangeable because that's the concept of the faction, and that's like those stuffs can be probably changed. But the debuff instead of just dying would be much better.
Yeah.
Yes,
Cha-
I agree.
Change
actually. Such a good
change
idea.
decay, remove decay, make it a debuff, make the presence a debuff as it is right now. Fixed. Digi is fixed. Thank you.
Yeah.
But it's like saying, but it's the same like, oh, just make woodland ram units the same speed as everyone. You probably can't change that because
You
it's
don't
faction
you,
design.
you don't have to make Ultra units as fast as other units. You have to just decrease speed by to 60 because they are 65 and normal units are 55 or 50.
Yeah, I get you, but like you know, it probably won't
Yeah.
be a thing
From
because
design
that's
perspective, yeah. I get you.
Ah, fucking DG Adventure faction, I swear to God.
Now that you remove cheese from the faction, it really, you know, just suffers.
I
But
think Ravages are still pretty broken even after the nerf. Maybe not broken, but still very strong at least.
Lighted Trapper, increase command prompts from 60 to 80, that's good, although it should be 72 I think, because they elite touchers cost 72 most of the time. Also, Blighted Trappers have 100% hit chance, so maybe this should be adjusted. High Benches of Shadow, decrease crush armor from 30 to 40, as we saw it didn't change much.
When they get trampled in the back from the tier 1 cavalry, it does like 40% of their health, which
Okay,
is
that's
okay. But from the front, they get like 5%, 8%, as you can see on the one of the games. And by the time you trample them to death, somebody will come here already to protect them or kill the cav.
Decrease heroes carry weapon from 130 to 125. Like, how do they calculate those changes? How do they go and decide?
Like,
They
what's
need
that, one more
5%.
hit per hero? Like, I don't
They
know.
just throw a D10
Darts.
dice and then decide. Nah.
Probably. Increase CP cost from 80 to 88, may be justified. Move Harbingers of Shadow from rank 2 Spire to rank 3, I don't see a reason for it.
Stop hurting my boys!
Spire of Sorcery, decrease level 3 upgrade cost from 750 to 500. Spire of Sorcery, decrease Great Blight upgrade cost from 1200 to 1000. I never get Great Blight upgrades, it's so expensive, why would you bother? I don't even know what's radius on this thing, brother.
It's a team game thing anyway.
Spider.
This is one of the fucking issues. It says greatly improve or something like that. Give me the exact fucking
Give me
numbers.
the fucking number.
Because in the description there is no, you know, 5 paragraphs or lore about fucking Clansman of Lamedon or something like that. So you have the space to put, okay, increase damage from this, and radius from this. Simple change, but that will make much more sense when you know, deciding in order to upgrade it or not. That should be included, because I don't know what's the change. I know it's a good one, but what's the exact change?
Where is the tooltip, let's box?
Real.
Spider increase the average time from 30 to 45. You not only nerf this unit, which was very rarely seen, now you nerf the upgrade itself. Again, amazing. Decrease hidden sentry research time from 30 to 15 and decrease cost of upgrade to 200. To be fair, I like this change. DG.
It doesn't matter to me. I don't think I ever put sentries on them. I just put them, or try to put them in trees, but then you put them next to the tree, and then the tree deletes, and then it's not invisible. Anyway.
What's the weakness of the G on the wiki, by the way? Can you scroll up? Strength. Able to structurally weaken the enemy and raise fallen units. Okay, does not possess standard upgrades, not many elite units. Okay, I don't think it's accurate, but okay. I was just wondering.
It's for the single player. Good change to Broken Rubble. They no longer get level 2 when they destroy the farm. Excellent change. Maybe their damage should be decreased because they deal as much as fucking Lamedon of Clansmen. Maybe make them more balanced by give them more slash armor, because at this moment I think they have 130, which means that they receive extra damage from swords, but they deal 50 damage, so maybe give them armor and decrease their damage, I don't know. Orc Jairus doesn't matter, Orc Hunters doesn't matter, Orc Ravagers have been nerfed, let's see if they have been nerfed enough. Tomb Guards, dude, I don't know when I last time saw Tomb Guards. I guess Tomb Guards are fine, maybe it should be cheaper, I don't know.
Last time I saw them, I made them because somebody made Oliphants, and the Oliphants trampled them, killed them, and didn't care, and the Oliphant carried on going.
Okay, so Felbrut and Sanafra sisters. The thing that has not been meta has been nerfed, and the thing that isn't meta has not been nerfed. So Blighted Trappers, CP increased. I probably should. The damage output should be decreased. Corrupted Endwives doesn't matter. Unburied Whites, good change. The debuff shouldn't be as big. Armored Castellans. I don't think it will change. It's a good change, but I don't think it will change anything. If it makes any sense.
Yeah.
Because you're not gonna send, like, let's say 2 units of Broken Rubble, 1 unit of Pikemen with Castellan, so you don't send Trash with Castellan on the flank, then you go all over to an base, then the Trash probably dies, or Castellan probably dies, or you try to pull that Castellan, but you cannot because he's too slow, so then he will just die, and it's like 1000 resources, cause you know.
The Castellan costs more than your whole harass group.
Exactly. So I don't think it will change that much. Maybe in team games. Arbiters of Shadow. So I don't know why they have been moved. I think they will be fine. Maybe they need more crush armor decrease. Reason that I wonder if those bad boys still fat as hell, because they are feeding a lot of power points, a lot, and I think that needs to be changed. I don't know if that was changed. It's not mentioned. Also, while we are speaking about crush armor, there was nothing about crush armor of Pathstalkers, I think. So, crush armor of Pathstalkers should be nerfed as well.
Oh fuck, yeah, it
Yeah,
wasn't.
they're still broken. I mean, they get less leadership from Israel, but they're still. Ugh.
They still feed. We haven't touched that at this time. Oh my god.
Now you know what to do.
Now you know what to do, exactly. Chop chop.
Masz bojowe Całe kurwa, masz bojowe zadanie.
Frame, good, doesn't matter, good. Spellbook. Wargs needs to be nerfed even more. Probably Wither needs to receive some changes. To be fair, change Wither so it has same. Don't change damage of Wither, but maybe increase the structure disable time. I don't know, man. This thing still pretty trash, but not as trash as it was. So progress. No changes to Hysteria, so it's probably still RNG. Darkness is cool. Necro Gift is cool. Troll is cool. The left things are cool. The shade has been nerfed, but that was fully justified. Yeah.
Does Hysteria work?
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Okay, nice.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
So yeah, unfortunately, I don't think DG is suited for competitive PvP and this state. When I was making that faction tier list I made some time ago, I said DG is neither good nor bad, it's just cheesy. It is cheesy faction, nothing more about it. And now you kinda nerfed the cheese, right? You nerfed the cheese, so this faction doesn't have. What is left for this faction?
No cheese is weak because it was
No,
weak
yeah, exactly.
faction with cheese. Now it's just weak.
You remove the cheese, so now it's weak. So what you gonna do about it?
Right?
Like DG needs a rework. I mean, the only rework that you can do it very easily, just remove decay. Will it happen? I guess not.
But a good point to start, in my opinion, is looking at the Risen Dead. Because you want the Spire for Castellans, because they are, in theory, on paper, they are good. Havengers are still very good. So all you need for the expensive building is give you something good at level 1. And obviously, this shouldn't be every matchup tactic to go for Risen Dead, right? But they should be more viable, in my opinion. It's a fast-moving swordsman that can eco-harass and doesn't decay, which is huge. But like I said, by the time you get them, it's 1,000 for building, so it's a while.
I think the other
Every faction has issues. Every faction has archers or have to kill those guys. So you can't. It's not easy to get value from that, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think also the other issue is by the time you can get the Spire and get Risen Dead, you can just get Ravagers for the same like investment or similar investment.
Yeah, and I'm trying to make Risen Dead. Not Risen Dead. Yeah, Risen Dead work in 1v1 because I like the Spire as a building, but I think like the safest approach is just getting Ravagers and just upgrade the
Yeah.
barracks.
I think that, like I said before, with the Castellan, like in theory and paper, I do like the changes. It's going right way, but like, why get a Castellan if you can get Necro? Kind of situation. Same thing.
You guys are
DG is
complaining
so
I'm
weird.
rambling about one faction for an hour and you are talking about DG for an hour. Come on.
Listen, adventure faction, okay?
Hey,
Exactly.
I'm the Spire enthusiast. I very like this building, okay? Because of the shape, wink wink.
It's compensating for something.
Yeah.
Arad. Ricepad, decrease effect radius, the power can be cast on structures. That's good. Although I wonder if it means you can only hit one Rohan farm or can you hit more?
The real
I think
question
that
is,
was
can you put it on
the
team-based
reasoning.
structures?
I think that was the reasoning. Because usually you build farms close to each other as Rohan
Yeah.
because you want inflation and peasants. And you know, just
Yeah, Rohan thing.
hitting 3 farms can make you block someone on Game Ranger because you want a chill game.
Yeah.
It still hits though. I don't think they've done it right because it still hits. Like if you have 3 Rohan farms and you put it in the middle, it'll still hit all 3.
I don't know. I haven't seen that yet.
Like so when you, I think we need to test it maybe, but I'm pretty sure it does because I know it hits 2 definitely because it happened to me. But like the cast circle, you know, like the little symbol when you press the cast button, like that's smaller, but the actual radius of the whole thing is the same size, and then the farms in that area still seem to be getting debuffed. So I'm not sure if that needs checking / testing, but I know it can still hit 2 farms definitely next to each other. I mean, it's only relevant for Rohan, sorry, but you know.
That's fine. Dark Matter, single Monday change cooldown from 15 to 30, which means you are no longer comfortable with using Black Matriarch on Fort, because maybe you will make it, maybe you will don't. Single-minded charge is the main damage on Fort if you are using Matriarch on Fort. So. Suladan, side-handed bar clans retaken and not gonna be autocasted. I hope they at least make it easier to put it, because everyone was autocasting not only because it was, well, easier because it's autocast, because it was difficult to put it in the desired place. Same things with Trollish too.
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Like the radius still allows you to like kill 2 or 3 buildings quite easily. Depends how clumped they are, obviously, but like I think it might be okay.
I think main reason to autocast before was because it spawned inside.
Decreased land taken decreased land taken debuff armor from 33 to 25, debuff to fortress to 15. That's good. Sulanan has a goddamn 70% scalar versus structures when mounted. That's a hefty one. It's interesting how Casamir and Suladans are only getting those hefty ones. Suladan, increase build cost, sure, justify, decrease mountain speed, sure, increase severing strike cooldown from 60 to 90 seconds. Okay. Increase the Black Serpent leadership armor from 100 riders from 15 to 20. Wow, amazing. But it is. I mentioned earlier in the stream that some changes are not in the changelog, so I'm gonna say it here. The 100 riders got some HP increase. So that's good, but maybe they should receive even more buffs. Casamir added scalar versus mounted, good. Casamir decreased splash damage from 300 to 200, yeah damn. Decreased mounted splash damage from 300 to 150, that's good. Bardapan decreased cost, that's good. Basically Suadan and Bardapan got switched, that's good. Mumakil increased range hero armor from 200 to 150. I don't know. Makil and Sejumaki decrease delay between attacks by 2 seconds. That seems like a huge change. It'd be cool if we knew what's the delay between attacks, or if it doesn't have delay at all right now. Mahud Mastery upgrade decrease rolls from 500 to 400. Armor to upgrade decrease specialized armor improvement from 25 to 35. Sejumaki increase hero rich armor. Now grants 33 movement speed instead of forcing charge. That's very good change. That's a change from 202, so of course it's good.
Hell yeah.
Curse of the Serpent now requires subjugation near Harad. Harondo Riders got buffed, but isn't enough to justify putting Curse of the Serpent behind another gate. Mahud Warriors increase delay between shots from 633 to 800, slowing down their melee attacks. Mahuds are still absolutely clapping everything. They need more nerfs.
If I may add on that subject.
Yes.
Because that's a similar issue that Sylvans had. You can't have, in theory, a fast unit that has high damage.
Mhm.
You have to take one of those. It's
Exactly.
either
Yeah.
fast, and then it's still hard to deal with, because it's fast, it can move around, or hit it high.
Yeah,
Because-
fast and winning fights together is too much.
Because one battalion of Harondor pikes, I mean the tier 1 pikes, and Mahud are still like top tier harass group. And in team games in 1v1s you still see Mahud's level 3, level 4,
Asharing Blade decrease. Oh, yes?
No, that's okay.
Asharing decrease cost from 750 to 700, poison duration to decrease poison duration to 40. Nobody cares, it's a extremely micro intensive unit, and it's not worth it to put that micro in it. So, who cares? Corsairs increase fire bomb range from 200 to 235. I think that means that Corsairs have more range than Goblin Archers.
Hell yeah.
Shame is that Corsairs, I always try to make them work either in 1v1s or team games, and they never work, It's weird how they don't work.
If your enemy makes only goblins and goblin archers the
Mhm.
whole fucking game, even though you have tier 3 and tier 4, then you can get level 5 corsairs, just because your enemy just keeps feeding you with units that clamp easily and can be one-shotted. Shout out to that one 2v2 when I saw 3 battalions of corsairs level 5.
Harondo Raiders decrease unupgraded damage from 70 to 65 because cavalry. Oh, okay, I mentioned it that it's missing from the changelog, so it has been added. Good. Increase HP 350 to 365. Watchers of Karna adjusted formation bonuses. It would be good to know what they adjusted, but it is what it is. Increase color versus structures, increase health. Wait. But Watchers of Karna now are 10 unit models per battalion, right? And they get health increase? What?
Hidden gem unit, I'm telling you. Watch.
Increase CP cost, sure. I'm surprised the Watchers of Karna, which are heroic pikemen, don't cost 120 CP just like Fountain Guards. Obviously Fountain Guards are better, but still. Nafarati Marauders. By the way, Nafarati Marauders I think get mod models. Now there are 6 or something like that, or maybe 8, I'm not
8,
sure.
I think, yeah.
Yes, it is not mentioned. Increase armor, slash armor from 90 to 80, specialized armor from 80 to 85, armor from 550 to 550. Maybe they will have use if you are facing like heavy melee focused armies, but I am not sure, I don't think so. Nafarati Marauders increase squad from 80 to 88. Carrion Feeder decrease big monster scaler from 175 to 172 based on poison weapon. I don't know why scaler has been decreased, because Carrion Feeder barely does any damage to trolls unless big monster is not a troll.
Okay, I have to go, boys. Have a good afternoon
Okay.
and enjoy.
We will be
Bye-bye.
finishing soon. Thank you, see ya. Beastmaster increase hero range armor from 100 to 75. Bruh. Like, how do they come up with those changes? Around the world, decrease upgraded armor, default from 40 to 50, slash armor from 40 to 50, pierce, blah, 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 blah. I guess that's a good change. They're pretty tough. Yeah. Yeah, it's like they're pretty tough when you get the license threats, and you can delete the battalion in the few seconds, but the warlord will be still fighting for like 5 seconds, so why not? But they also decrease hero range armor, okay. Document Volga, decrease return time, decrease health, decrease crash armor, increase damage from upgraded to 65. That's interesting. They got upgrade to damage instead of downgrade due to the changes to cavalry. Hardware caravans now show the resource radius when selected and not deployed. Okay, that's great change. That's a good quality of life change. Harad.
What is interesting about, can I just say something?
Yeah, go on.
Because I agree with a lot of those changes, and I think like they removed the cheese, things that needed to be adjusted got adjusted, and overall DG feels Harad feels very good, and it's interesting because it was the faction that was added as the last, and I think even in previous patch it was one of the most, it was in my opinion the most balanced faction overall. Like there was only few things that really stood out, and it felt like you could go toe to toe with every faction with a certain build, except obviously Woodlander, but Woodlander was overpowered. So I feel like overall Harad is in very good spot.
Okay. So changes to warlords doesn't matter, like warlords and tribals are in a good spot. Harondo riders, because you are gating the serpent guards, it's quite possible that we will have to buff Harondo riders even further. I mean, after all, they cost 500, but maybe instead of buffing stats, we'll just decrease the price. Harondo spearmen, no problem here. Harondo archers, no changes. Guards of the serpent. I'm surprised we didn't see much changes to the damage output of mounted heroic units. Yeah, but they are more gated. I would say it's justified. But Harad has, at least in 8.3.1, an issue that the Harondo riders were absolutely dogshit, so we had to rush the Guards of the Serpent. Mahut warriors should be nerfed even further. Mahut handhunters definitely should be nerfed because they are like tier 1.5 archer you can get immediately. Mahut chieftain, unfortunately Mahut chieftain don't get use because they're like support units, but you want to make Mahut warriors and handhunters from one gathering, so technically you would need a second gathering and you won't make that. Games when, bored of this now? Now I'm tired, Matthew, I'll be too tired to play anything after this. Where Mumak? So Mumaks were pretty trash unupgraded, and they were OP when upgraded, but they were too expensive to make. And apparently they are trying to make Mumak work, and what's interesting is that they decreased the delay between attacks by 2 seconds, which seems like a huge deal. So if you have Mumak driver license, then you know the Mumak doesn't actually trample the pikes like trolls or cavalry do when you order it to attack. It actually tries to attack with normal attacks and not the trample attacks, right? So technically, if the Mumak doesn't trample, it's very tough to kill because it doesn't receive the revenge damage, right? Like, the revenge damage on the elite pikeman is the 8 times the damage of the normal attack of the elite pikeman. So Mumaks sometimes can be very difficult to kill. And now they are making so the Mumaks also attack extremely quickly. So I wonder what will be the conclusion. And I already tried Mumaks, and I can say they will be very interesting to use. They may be very good in team games, that's for sure. We will see how it goes in 1v1s. Beautiful that Siege Mumak tier feels like it's on the field too long. How long it is? I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in between a minute or a minute 30 seconds, but I'm pretty sure it's a minute and 30 seconds.
That's pretty long.
That's what she said. Zigur Cultist, single player unit, Hasarin Blade, single player unit, Corsairs of Umbar. I don't know, I cannot make them work, whatever I do, unless I play it against total noobs, but everything works against total noobs. Black Numenorian Warriors, they are fine. Black Numenorian Vanguards, it's cool they are getting buffed, probably because the dev team or beta team is recognizing that they are gating the Sample guards, so the Karat needs some better cavalry quickly. But I think even with the buffs, there are still quite a lot of investments to get, and it's still better to get Guards of the Serpent. Watchers of Karna, maybe they will be one of the best heroic units in the game, considering that they straight up got buffed in their health despite getting extra 5 models in the battalion. Cardinal Feeders are fine, Grey Scorpion are fine, the monkeys can be very tough, but I think they are fine. Nafarati Beadmaster are very fine as well. Nafarati Marauders, they have niche, but they require level 3 building, so they are not used even when you kinda need them to fight the melee clumps. Suladan, I think Suladan, the changes were justified. Same thing with Barudapan. Wait, Barudapan? No, Suladan and Kasame, that's fine. Barudapan, I think I would increase his cooldown on the Watery Grave, the one that's used against buildings, because that has very short cooldown, a lot of damage to buildings. Also, I would decrease the cooldown on the Stealing units. Pingy ability, takes what you can, I think it is. Berufiel, I don't know, I guess she's fine. Kairaramba, problem is with Kairaramba, he's more of the team games hero, not 1v1 hero, because he's like slow and doesn't do that much damage when he's without support. You have to have units around him, and I don't know, maybe he's mostly fine. Maybe that level 3 ability needs bits of the nerf, but other than that, Searu is great. He's balanced and like, overall good hero. Golden King of Abrakan, I don't know, like I'm one of the few defenders of Golden King, and the one thing that definitely needs to change is that summon you get at level 5, because the 2 battalions of Abrakan warriors are absolutely dogshit, especially if you compare them to the summon from Ugluk. And that's really it. When it comes to spellbook, it looks like the sentry and tribal camp is still untouched, shame. But I don't know what much more can be changed about them. Any other powers, I think they're fine. Yeah, I mean, Harad, on paper, balance-wise, Harad is fine, although it feels like Harad suffers from lack of cavalry early on. But luckily, you got your broken Mahut, which hopefully maybe they will be nerfed further in the new patches, but we'll see. Boys, I think we finished. No issues, blah blah blah. Bugs, credits, yeah, voice actors. Special things. Okay, so, Drazner, do you want like say something at the end? What do you think of the patch? Do you think much has changed?
Overall, huge changes. Stack fix, remove of the cheese in the factions, huge nerfs to heroes, which in my opinion leaves much more room for tier 2 sword rush or elite archer rush, everything that, you know, needs a little bit of money and just dies to heroes anyway. So now you can make those things, and it allows for every faction to use more of a stuff that it possesses, which is very nice, because that's the strength of Age of the Ring. If Age of the Ring before 9.0 was like 4 out of 10 in terms of playability, multiplayer wise, now it's 7 and something, just because of those changes. Like, obviously, I don't agree with every change. I still think Woodlander might be or might not be too weak, and the Scum from Lagbot might be OP, and fuck Snowborns, and fuck Draft Tower as a concept, in my opinion. But huge improvement. Shame it's everyone had to wait a little bit for that, but whatever.
A little bit. Just a 1.5 year. 1 year and 5 months.
I mean,
Not a
better
biggie.
late than never.
Exactly.
So, huge improvement overall. which is
So
very nice. The game is very playable.
yeah, just as Drazner said, a lot of the cheese got removed. The most broken things have been adjusted. The heroes got nerfed, like here in general, and certain heroes, although maybe certain heroes shouldn't be nerfed, but it is what it is. Trolls got nerfed, maybe too much again, but at least they are not broken anymore. Thing is, meta kinda stays the same, unfortunately. Meta, like the spellbook choices and so on, stay the same. The way you play factions, like DG still plays the same. The thing is the heroes and the units, you still try to rush them because that's the only thing you can really do as DG because you are decaying as you move across the map. Great mechanic. I will say that once more. Wooderheim got hit hard, especially in the early game, so we will see how it goes for it. Maybe it got nerfed too much. Harad is mostly as it was. Cheese got removed. That's good. Misty Mountains is apparently one of the best factions right now, but I don't agree. I don't think Mask has changed. I think the Misty Mountains has the same problems it had 8.3.1. Erebor has those nice new mines. That is huge change. Also very good. In terms of their power, I don't know. Definitely they are better than they were. Even the I don't know, Rivendell is kind of receiving more and more buffs with every patch, and the only nerfs they are receiving are to the heroes. But maybe it's the correct way of doing things.
I remember Rivendell as the faction design used to be designed in that way that early game is very weak, but late game is very strong. So it's just a matter of surviving till end game. Like back in 7 point something, you used to have less resources on trees
Yeah.
just to support the idea of Rivendell being weak in the early game. But I'm pretty sure nobody here would make the argument that Rivendell is weak in early game because you have excellent early harass units of Wanders, and then you have amazing, and I still believe a little bit too amazing of a Cav as Dunedain Outriders. And I don't change the stats maybe, but maybe a little bit more gated. Like maybe you need to buy a sentries on the Rivendell, thingy, Dunedain encampment.
That would be a big change. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
but not
Excuse me.
every faction. Not every faction should have immediately access to a very decent cav, because you just gotta, be like every faction will play almost in the same way. You have swords, you have pikes. That's why 2.02 is so fun. You have less units, but the factions play completely different. And sometimes in Age of the Ring, well, I just gotta make swords, spikes, and then cavalry. And, like a lot of faction works almost in the same way sometimes.
Okay, I'm back. I hope OBS is working. Yes, it is. So yeah, Rivendell. Apparently, I mean, Lorien got hit hard in terms of heroes, but also gets received the buffs to units, which is nice to see. Heroes getting nerfs and units getting buffs. Although Lorien was the worst factions in the game, so we'll see how it goes for it. Isengard is still pretty solid, looks like. Mordor. The issue with Mordor was that it wasn't generally good faction like Isengard, but instead it has some overperforming things like Nazgûl, Sails of Nurn, right? And now it's no longer have those things, so I wonder how Mordor will fare. Maybe it will be too weak. We'll see how it goes. Rohan again they got rid of one broken thing and they added another broken thing. So, but I hope that can be patched out pretty quickly. Although Rohan, even without broken things, will be strong, I think. And Gondor. Gondor is one of my favorite factions, and to be fair, Gondor might be one of the strongest factions of this patch, just because they got hit the least with the nerfs. So, we will see.
But they had the least amount of cheese in the previous version.
Exactly.
And a lot of people were saying they were weak, which was a fair statement in my opinion, just because they couldn't cheese as other factions could. Gondor is, it's very easy to play with. You have amazing swordsmen, amazing tier 1.5 swordsman, very good cav, very good archers.
Yeah, Condor is interesting faction. You have very good infantry, then you have one of the best archers, and then you have one of the best cavalry units.
And one of the worst AI voices.
Oh. So boys, overall, good patch. The most annoying things have been addressed. There are some minor things, you know. Some things have not been addressed. For example, like those not handmaidens, pathstalkers, crash armor. But yeah, after 1.5 year, we got a decent patch. At least we have that, and we got that launcher which allows us to update the game effortlessly. That's good.
There is one more change that is like quality of life change, but I very much like it. When you enter a game ranger room, I mean, like in game, the lobby,
Mhm.
it automatically deselect custom hero and ring hero.
Mhm. Okay.
Fuck yeah.
Now also selects your color you had previous game.
Mhm.
Is it Drazner?
Mm.
Yes, I think. 5
Did you talk
hours.
about the launcher in general?
I said they added it and it's cool.
It's very cool.
Although they should add
Huge.
option to go back to previous patches, just to go, for example, watch replays or to maybe compare some things, you know.
Yeah, if weekly we get a new patch with something minor, and that's okay. But yeah, the ability to watch replays. Only one launcher does that. You can watch previous games and previous patches without like the need to change the patch somehow, which is very interesting.
Yeah, that's good.
Because it doesn't download the patch, you just click the play button. You do not click the download.
Hmm. Okay, boys. Not much has changed in the way we play this game, but there have been good changes, and you can feel those changes, and that's good. If I would rate this new Age of the Ring, I would rate it 7 out of 10. And previous one would be what? I think I agree with Dranzer, like 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10. So yeah, moving forward slowly but steadily.
Also,
Yeah.
the argument about faction playing the same, I agree, and I think spellbook could be you could put some thought into that because certain paths are still very good. Scout into Horn from Rohan,
Nothing changed.
yeah, still very good.
Maybe some other
May-
things will be good, you know? Maybe you should
maybe
maybe you should
maybe you should go rebuild and then Horn of the Westfall. Because rebuild is very meh, especially early on, right?
as
But then you
Rohan,
get a
yes.
very good tier 2. Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah,
I
boy.
still think the cracks and industry is the meta, usually.
Mm-hmm.
Like the
90%
second
of the
best
time.
is, yeah, it's trackers into Cav. But I don't know. I think I'm getting ahead of a new Nazgul. Like I'm starting to understand it and how to use it so it doesn't die, and it's still good. So I don't feel I need that cavalry. And I can get two Nazguls with industry anyway. Usually,
So the worst
vision.
parts of the yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Vision into, for example, many meetings also very broken. Just because you can drop it in the back of the army, right? Of the
Base.
base with the
Yeah.
vision. So maybe that should be arranged as well, because the sound would be much less broken if you had to, I don't know, go with your army there, go with your cav, or more situation when you gotta use it more defensively or like in the middle of a map instead of just dropping in the back, which is
Hmm.
very yappa yappa yappa. Okay, I'm shutting the fuck up, but I think this could be adjusted as well. The spellbook choices,
Right
the
now they
places.
buff the meta pick for tier 2 for Rivendell, so that's weird.
Yeah, exactly. That's my issue. Dry spell into the pike summon still so good, dude, and it's only 2 battalions.
Hmm.
Maybe the shitty tower into pike summon. That should be the thing.
Wait, what should? Oh, the Sentinel.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay, the worst part of this part are the AI's voice lines, and I think that's it.
Mhm. To be fair, some of them are okay. Like the one that aren't AI. New Gildor, hot as fuck. New Beragorn,
I
hot as fuck. But I don't
no
hear any AI.
Beregold, no way Beregold.
You know, the
And
previous one was very good.
and Gildor doesn't fit. He sounds like a daddy, not like an elf, like brother.
Yes, he sounds like a fucking 2 meter gym guy, you know,
Ah,
like Henry Cavill. Um,
yeah.
it's like Billy from Woodland Run, for example. I'm
Yes,
sorry, oh, it doesn't sound
terrible,
good.
terrible.
Yes, Kingsguard also sounds very weird.
Imrahil, oh my god, what have I done to my boy?
Brandt, also
Brandt,
no.
Bart, I think as well.
Oh my god, I haven't yet listened to Bart. Ugruk is a little bit better.
Yeah, because he was so shit before that.
Yeah, but like it is better. I think Gloin is a little bit better now. What else? Rohan announcer that wasn't really
Yeah,
needing to be changed. It
yeah,
sounds
Gondor as
very
well.
also very AI-ish.
The the Morgul orcs for Mordor. Also, I can barely understand anything. The announcer for Mordor, I can barely understand what he's saying.
Mhm.
There's no reason to do it.
What else? Let me see.
Tier 1 Lorien elves also have bit different voices.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there are probably like a few more.
Mm. Okay, boys, let's end it. It was more than 5 hours. So, I kind of didn't enjoy the patch of the because of the voice lines, but now they added the stack fix, and I'm kind of enjoying it again. Although the voices are still there, so we'll see how much I will play. I play in 8.3.1 more than anyone else. I don't think I'm going to again play this patch more than anyone else. I don't have the same ambition, so to speak. But yeah, I will
It's
still
lonely
play.
on the top.
Hmm?
No, that's right. That was very. I
Hmm.
said it's lonely on the top.
Nah.
No, I'm joking.
But 2v2s always. 2v2s with the boys always.
Yes, but I think we spammed so many 2v2s in 2.02 and in Age of the Ring that I don't know. It doesn't feel the same.
I don't.
There's also no one else that is grinding 2v2s.
Do we end?
Yes, because it's 5 hours. You're probably very.
Okay, boys. Thank you for watching. It will be on my YouTube. Hopefully, I don't know when, but it will be there. So thank you for watching and see ya.